has always been a dream.
The mountains out there are just so beautiful. Push my limits and ski the best I can.
All of a sudden, world titles are at play in people's minds. So the pressure just increases at these events.
Val Thorens, France is the proving ground for the riders on the 2026 Freeride World Tour by Peak Performance. Fresh rookies will aim to back up their performances in Spain, and World Tour champions continue their campaign for glory, all set against the backdrop of a brand new face, the Pointe de Thorens. No Freeride World Tour riders, skis or boards have touched this face, so a new challenge in a brand new venue. The Pointe de Thorens, extremely exciting for everyone. Welcome to Val Thorens. Welcome, welcome, welcome. The Freeride World Tour by Peak Performance 2026. Stop number 2 in Val Thorens, France. My name is Derek Foos. I'm joined here by our Freeride expert, Hadley Hammer. Hadley, the vibes are high here in Val Thorens.
The vibes are high. I'm so glad to be back with the riders and back with you guys watching. It's going to be an incredible show today. I hope you're all ready for it.
Oh yeah, buckle up. The snow is cooperating. The weather is perfect. We are here in Val Thorens, and this place is turning it on for us. We got a chance to look behind the scenes of this absolute gem in the French Alps.
This place is kind of huge place where you can ski. There is plenty of things to do. We have fresh snow. We have multiple variation of exposition for the sun. The different thing you want to find, you can find it. I think here in Val Thorens we have something special. It's the hospitality. We like to welcome people from all around the world. We are really friendly with the Freeride World Tour to come here and visit us. Last year the crowd was amazing. When you can hear the crowd down there, it's like impressive, and it motivates you to go fast and bigger. When people leave this place, this valley, the thing they bring back at home is the beauty of the landscape and the hospitality of the people. I'm Kevin Curry. We are here in Val Thorens, in the Vallée de Belleville, biggest ski area in the world.
We really couldn't have a better host than Kevin Gurry here in Val Thorens, really showcasing what this whole area is all about.
Yeah, what an absolute legend. He's, almost single-handedly brought the event here. Kevin Gurry, thank you, and thank you to everyone in the Val Thorens area, the entire group of people that have gotten this event off the ground. It's so exciting. This place has been so welcoming to us.
It really has. If you're looking for a wonderful place to come have a ski holiday, this is at the top of your list, and check out this crowd to show you why.
Well, the opening ceremonies here in Val Thorens is absolutely setting the bar for the rest of the planet. The vibes, the riders coming on stage with the DJ pumping tunes behind them, the young kids, the local shredders getting to hand them their bibs. The energy flow there was just insane.
Yeah, you can see for those young locals, what they aim to be in 5, 10, 15 years, and the older riders get to build off of that energy, build off the huge crowd, the fireworks above the mountains. It was really top-notch.
Yeah, Val Thorens has just rolled out the red carpet for the Freeride World Tour. The people are so welcoming, and a big part of the welcome is this face. The Pointe de Thorens, it's a brand new face on the Freeride World Tour. We're going to do the GoPro face preview, Hadley.
Exactly. You'll see here are the 2 start gates. Val Thorens is the highest ski resort in Europe. So these are high places for these riders to begin at over 3,200 meters for both of those starts. And the second they leave that start gate, we're looking at almost 50-degree slopes, quite intense cliffs, big ridgeline for them to walk. This venue is divided into 2 parts. The top part, again, steep and committing. They'll have a little bit of a break to catch their breath and re-motivate before the bottom second part, which is littered with options for them to send.
Line selection absolutely critical here for the riders, and no historical data to pull from. Nobody has ridden on this face. Never have we had a competition on this face. So how's that going to go for them, Hadley?
I think this is the most exciting way to start a comp because the riders, again, they have no points to go off of, and it's evens the playing ground.
All right, let's take a look at the conditions today, weather and snow conditions. An absolutely glorious day in the French Alps. The sun is shining, the wind is calm. We've got -4 Celsius, that's 24 Fahrenheit for those of you who are operating on that system. 20 kilometers an hour wind, most of it at the summit, so a little bit of a breeze for the riders waiting. 5 out of 5 snowflakes. We've got 10 centimeters of fresh powder sitting on top of a wind-compacted base, and the snow from the top to the bottom should remain consistent. We've had a lot of wind in the last few days, but the last snowfall came down light and soft, Hadley. What's that going to mean for the riders in terms of performance today?
I think we're going to see a lot of sending. You know, earlier in the week, the snow conditions look variable. Now it seems like the wind became nature's groomer, smoothed everything out, added a bit of fluff on top, and watching the forerunners this morning, they said, you know what, guys, it's ready to send. You're going to have a great time.
It is on in Val Thorens. Now, we're going to take a look at the people that are making the decisions on placements and points today. The judging panel that we have is truly the creme de la creme of judges in the freeride world. We're starting out with Jacqueline Pollard, a freeride world tour winner. She is tough to impress out there. She knows how to get it done on slope and behind the binoculars. Bertie Deneveau, a multi-time world border cross champion and the designer of the Freeride World Tour judging criteria. Lolo Bess, of course, we all know him. He's been judging Freeride World Tour since its inception, the very beginning. And Laurent Gauthier, riding out of Whistler, a podium finisher at the Extreme Verbier. Another rider who knows exactly what he's looking for. And on the video judge tools today, 2013 Freeride World Tour champion Drew Tabke. We are going to check in the judges booth with Commissioner and Head Judge Lolo Bess. Hadley?
Hi, Lolo. We've got a good question for you. How are you doing?
Yeah, hi, Derek, Hadley. Yeah, very good.
Great. This is obviously a new face for the riders, but it's also a new face for the judges. What's the challenge of having a brand new venue here on the Freeride World Tour for you?
Well, for us, obviously, it's going to be tough because we're not sure yet what the riders are going to throw and which line they are going to choose. We've been preparing ourselves to all the different possible features and lines, so yeah, we're ready.
Nice. And what are you looking forward to seeing today?
Looking at the venue, it's such a steep mountain at the top. We'll definitely look for a big mountain riding at the top, but the lower part, I believe the more freestyler rider will excel. So today the winner will probably be the best out of those two.
Awesome. Well, thank you and good luck today. And now we will get to check in with the new GoPro series in connection with the Freeride World Tour Studios. A look behind the scenes for you super fans on the Freeride World Tour, what these athletes are like when they're not sending it out here on the venue.
To be back as a champion feels exactly the same as every other year.
Here we go, breakfast time. This is Europe, my man. Yeah, I'm super ready.
We're here for this. Hello, hot seat!
Off the record. So make sure you check out the GoPro Snow YouTube channel. That's going to drop 4 days after every single event. All right, we are set. It's time to buckle up. The first category of the day, snowboard men, coming up next. Welcome back to the Freeride World Tour by Peak Performance, stop number 2 in the Val Thorens Pro. Our first category today, snowboard men, and we are set to unleash on this face. We've got last year's winner, Enzo Nilo, looking to impress the home crowd. Current Freeride World Tour leader, Verbier's own Liam Rivera, sitting in that golden bib and looking to back it up. But this man right here, he knows how to win anywhere and everywhere. Of course, 4-time Freeride World Tour champion, Victor de la Rue. The Val Thorens Valley has just been bringing the vibes. Hadley, we are so excited to be here, and this place has just rolled out the welcome mat for us.
They really have great hospitality, great après, and I think what will top it all off today is not just this fireworks show, but the fireworks show that we're going to see from these riders.
Yeah, the vibes went way, way up when the forerunners ran, and the snowboard men are going to be the first ones to unleash on this brand new face. They have done the big hike around the back. They're getting set. We're going to take a look right now at where we're sitting in our overall ranking situation.
Exactly. Here we have our overall Liam Rivera sitting in that hot seat with 10,000 points, and he has a lot of people right on his tail. Rookie Sasha coming right behind him. Holden Samuels holding it down for the Americans, and then we have a lot of Frenchmen staying right above that cut line, but they are all looking to go to the top, and in this category in particular, anyone can win on any day.
Yeah, they really are going to be wanting to impress that home crowd, the French crowd lining the side of the piste here with a bird's eye view. So the field is set. This field is just incredibly stacked, and I think, Hadley, with the conditions that we've got, what can we expect from these riders?
I think today it's going to be a showcase of freestyle riding. You have a lot of areas with a lot of great takeoffs on these cliffs. And
all right, we're going to take a look here at who's dropping in what order. Hadley, the start list, kicking things off with the valet rider out of Switzerland, Remy Benamo, and then we go back to back with the Frenchies. That's going to be a battle.
It will be a battle, and then following them, Warren Doyle, Cesar Barron, the rookie. We've got Shane Bluesamblem, Holden Samuels, and we've got here on the start list 2 men that won't be starting, Cody Bramwell and Jonathan Penfield, still out for injuries.
Yeah, Jonathan nursing that ankle injury. Cody recently dislocating the AC joint. And then a shout out to Michael Mon, who has had to withdraw from the competition this year. If you're watching at home, Michael, we all miss you. So hopefully all 3 of those guys feeling better soon. But right now, all of the attention on the riders at the top. And of course, you have had your opportunity to have your say. The Peak Performance Fun Bet fan favorites. This is fantasy freeride. This is your opportunity to get some skin in the game. Victor de la Rue getting 88% of the vote to be on the podium. Liam Rivera, current man in the golden bib with 73%. And hometown hero Enzo Nilo with 48%. And last year's winner, hard to bet against a guy who has already won at home.
Yeah, there's something about coming back to a place where you've already won. You feel confident, you feel stoked, and you could tell Enzo is feeling all of those things this morning.
Yeah, and the friendly little inter-team rivalry there between Victor and Enzo. You know, they're filming together, they ride together, they travel together, but when they get in the start gate, they want nothing more than to beat each other, each one of them vying to be on the top spot. Enzo looking to repeat, and Victor having recently relocated to this spot. You know, 3 French riders in the field, 3 of them making Val Thorens their home.
Exactly. As you said, they're good buddies, but they don't even share what line they're going to do that day. They keep that a closely guarded secret. Here you can see the riders, just how their location on Earth right now, just perched on that ridgeline. The hike alone puckers a lot of those riders, but you can see Remy Benamo just sitting in that start gate ready to go. And here he is on the face. What's interesting about Remy taking that first hit, he only had 1 week before he got that wild card and had to be on tour. So he is fresh, and a little bit of a washout there as he continues down, but linking these turns together. Again, this top section about 50 degrees in steepness.
Yeah, so Remy now coming in the in-between section. This is a long traverse that the riders are going to have to make, and everyone, well, who's going over to the far rider's left side is going to have to do this. You can see just above Remy the track from Edgar Chelus, the forerunner today. He got the the whole riders crew absolutely fired up as Remy is going to make his way on his toe side there as a regular foot rider. Sorry, yeah, on toe side, regular foot rider, making his way all the way across the glorious powder conditions here in Val Thorens.
Exactly. You see he's starting to make his turns down, but you know that long traverse, it can make your headspace get better or make it worse. So hopefully he stayed locked in, approaching that first set of pretty committing big cliffs, but tricky to figure out where you are exactly in space.
Yeah, looking at the drone shots in this section, it was really hard to figure out entrances, but Remy, exactly where he wants to be, off the nose, over that huge buttress, and coming out of the powder with a massive splash.
Nice riding from him, quick back edge-to-edge control as he makes his way through the second section. A quick little double and coming out clean, and now he's just got to make it to the finish line.
So we do have a judging line here as the riders make their way across the flats. The judges will judge them up to that line. There's a couple of flags that you can see in the peripheral, and Remy now approaching that peak performance arch and wrapping up his day. The Val Thorens Pro, the very first rider done and dusted, Remy Benamo. All right, we take a look back at the replay. Hadley, strong start for Remy.
Strong start, as we said, right out of the start gate. These skiers and riders are going to be straight into the air. You can see him lining up this pretty massive cliff. And I think he stomps it and just gets powder clouded.
Completely disappears in the cloud. And for any other riders that are standing on the ridge top, they're going to take that into account. So control scores down for Remy. That issue at the top, Hadley, the judges notice stuff like that.
They definitely do, and you can see him waiting for his score. He got second place here last year in Val Thorens, and I think he'll want to repeat the same.
Well, Remy just soaking in the atmosphere at the finish corral. Score coming in at a 51.67. So Remy setting the bar for the rest of the snowboard men as he will take his spot in that Rossignol Dynastar hot seat and await the rest of the snowboard men's category. Tricky run there for Remy.
A little bit of a tricky run, intimidating to be the first one to open up a brand new face on the tour.
All right, we are going to head back to the top, and the next man is going to get this crowd absolutely electrified. It is Enzo Nilo riding regular foot. He's sitting in 4th overall right now, and Enzo has a win in Val Thorens last year, and he lives here. So the crowd is behind him. He's riding at home. He's got all the home field advantage, and he is going to be looking to light things up as he goes delicately heel side out of the start gate to get himself placed the way he wants to be to drop in here.
Building straight in, here we go, right off of the top with the first air. You know, in Spain we saw him spinning quite a lot, and we'll see him spinning here as well.
Well, Enzo making his way through the upper section of this steep face, going for a fall line double, turning it into a triple. Enzo at maximum warp speed there as he crosses, trying to get onto the traverse. It's going to help some of these riders if they can get into one of the other riders' tracks just to hold speed across that traverse.
Exactly, much more difficult for the snowboarders, but you'll see he looks like he probably wanted to do something with one of those middle airs, but difficult with that traverse and how much new snow we have.
All right, well, Enzo making his way across. So 3 stripes across that traverse now. And that is one of the issues with going onto that rider's right side start, is you do end up a little bit lower on that traverse as Enzo disappears behind that huge buttress. He is, I mean, that's got to feel nice. It's a pleasant traverse at the very least.
It is a pleasant traverse, but again, if you're not, it's almost too long to think. And we'll see the riders that either think too much or stay in that flow. See Enzo approaching similar to where Remy was, entering in, finding his landing.
Taking a more fall line approach there, getting on that toe side edge and flying through there. Enzo making short work of this section.
We see him lining up one more air, taking it pretty massive and finishing the meat of his run. He's just got to make it down hands are up. He is celebrating his second run here this season on the Freeride World Tour at home in front of his friends and family.
In front of everyone and in absolutely glorious powder conditions. So Enzo, you can see by the body language and the crowd getting behind their local hero, Enzo Nilo, putting one down top to bottom with the first clean run we've seen from the snowboard men's category as we look back on this run. Technical right out of the gate.
Right out of the gate, you see him pretty good control, but definitely has to go quick on that heel side edge. Here's his first 360. Pretty clean stomp, a little bit of an arm out, and then here making his way through that double, pretty massive. Oh, triple.
Yeah, taking the triple, getting on that heel side edge, and then this lower section for Enzo, he's getting lost in the powder cloud. But Hadley, how difficult is it, this next feature, to find the precision of that landing in the couloir?
It's really tricky, and the landing isn't forever over there, really the whole venue.
Virgile, c'est pour toi! Tu reviendras, allez Virgile!
Well, the score coming in at 84.67. Enzo giving a shout out to his good buddy, Virgile Didier, one of the ski men riders who unfortunately injured his knee and is out of the competition. So Enzo Nilo taking over the hot seat at home. How long will he sit there? The rest of the snowboard men have that in their hands. But a really, really impressive run for Enzo Nilo.
You know, I think Enzo, it's his third season on the tour, and he's really coming into his own, really showing committing turns, getting from edge to edge, and those classic 360s.
Well, we're going to go back up to the top, and it is none other than the four-time Freeride World Tour champion, another French rider, Victor Delarue. He is in start number 1. There's basically nothing in snowboarding that Victor hasn't done and nothing that Victor can't do. He's a mountaineer, he's a free rider, he's a freestyler, he's a pioneer in this space, and he is getting ready for his campaign here on the Pointe de Terrain.
Let's see what he does right out of the start gate here. Keep your eyes peeled to the television. Victor Delarue, massive drop right out the front, lining himself up for just a second air here in this really steep technical section. 360, perfectly stomped.
Yeah, backside 3 for Victor as he is following a similar course, going 180, reverting back around to regular in the triple. Unbelievable from Victor there, riding switch off the first feature of that triple. Hadley, how hard is that?
Incredibly difficult, incredibly committing, and really creative. Victor's painting his own canvas here with all the snow, and even if he's been on for 7 seasons, he says he still gets nervous, but the champion knows how to channel that nervous energy into incredible riding like he just showed us.
And moving across that long traverse, a little bit of a reset, and now Victor back into the downsloping part. You can see he's picking up speed.
See Victor making his way, following his former French colleagues. A little bit of a delay, but he's got to be real precise, going for that double and having to pick himself up over that pepper.
So big toe side turn as Victor lining up this final feature into the same couloir. It's so precise, Hadley. The difficulty of scoping that, keep in mind these riders don't get to stand on this venue. How hard is it to look at that just from across the valley and then execute with that kind of precision?
Exactly. If you think about riding at home, when you're looking across from the mountain, it looks completely reversed from the top. You have to kind of guess what snow mound is the correct rock that you could see across from the valley. But Victor making a beautiful, beautiful work of that terrain as he enters into the finish line with all of his friends and family.
Well, the crowd loves it. Enzo loves it. He's up out of the hot seat, giving his good buddy a high five. As we said, these two are fierce competitors. Let's take a look back at this run, Hadley, right out of the gate.
Right out of the gate. I really love this top, and I think if you can go from riding switch to forward that fluidly in such committing terrain, really impressive stuff, Derek.
Yeah, popping out, getting switch, reverting to his regular route. The video judge, Drew Tabke, absolutely loving it. The air and style bar, the line bar, everything just maxed all the way to the end of the scale. So Victor de la Rue making very short work of this face and going huge into that lower couloir.
Huge, and as you said, in that lower couloir, there's actually quite a narrow landing there. They really have to know from the takeoff that they're gonna not hit a rock at the bottom.
So we saw all those judging bars absolutely max. Now we're going to see what the judges had to say. And he goes into the 90s. Victor de la Rue with a 90.67 run. Only the third man down the face, and we're already in the 90-point range. Victor is here to play. He wants a win. You know, a bit of an uncharacteristic finish at the first stop of the Freeride World Tour. How hungry was he for this this level of riding?
You know, Victor came in 6th in Spain, and I don't think he liked it. And this was him saying, you know what, I prefer the hot seat, and I'm going to put myself back in there.
Pop, pop.
Marcus!
Oh, he's trying to call his son over to join him in the hot seat. Victor de la Rue, the family man, and got another one on the way. 3 kids in the Victor de la Rue family on the way. And he has done his part now as we take a look at this Puente Torrens in imposing start gate. As for the next man in the gate, it is Warren Doyle riding out of Bozeman, Montana. Bridger Bowl, he's been on the Freeride World Tour before, and he is off.
He is off, taking that huge air, just similar to Victor, going a little bit bigger than the first 2 riders. Quick work into the second air, maybe the fastest of the riders so far of the day.
Yeah, the edge control there from Warren Doyle as he picks off feature after feature after feature. He is absolutely flying, never pulling the board out of the fall line. Warren Doyle looking for a bit of redemption. He had a tough run in Spain, and he is one of the strongest riders on the tour, sitting in 10th overall. Hadley looks like he's pretty motivated for a result here.
I think he is. He doesn't want to repeat that tomahawk from Spain. You know, he's been on the tour, had to re-qualify again, and that shows his commitment, but also, you know, it also shows that he deserves to be here.
Yeah, resilience, a huge factor for these athletes. You know, not everything goes your way every time, and the way you pick yourself back up is a huge part of what makes these professional athletes. As Warren Doyle approaching this edge, they cannot see over the edge of that.
Exactly, but he clearly scoped well. No hesitation, straight off the cliff.
So Doyle, the first one to take that at full speed, and found the exact right landing as he comes into this lower couloir. Hadley, plenty of terrain options below him.
You can see him setting himself up, taking a little bit smaller than the other boys, not really taking a huge chunk off that cliff, but he definitely was the only one to go full commitment in, and the judges will reward that.
Yeah, on the fluidity scale there was absolutely no hesitation from any of that. Warren Doyle giving himself a face shot in this glorious French powder. And for him, a solid redemption run. Warren Doyle looking to put one to his feet, done and dusted, and a very strong run for the young American rider. All right, we take a look back at the replay. Straight out of the gate, Hadley into the air.
Into the air with style. What I think it stands out about Warren's entire run is it was full commitment, top to bottom. You know, I talked to Bertie, one of the judges yesterday, and he wants to see that the riders have scoped well and there's no hesitation. Each second they stop, they lose a point.
Yeah, so you can see there in the video judges criteria, line and control absolutely maxed. Air and style a little bit down. We saw it there with Enzo and Victor. Really strong elements of freestyle with the 360s, riding switch and reverting. A 79.33 for Warren Doyle, so he slides into third. Solid start for the Val Thorens Pro for Warren Doyle. We are rocketing back up to the start for the local hero, César Barin, brand new rookie on the Freeride World Tour this year. Grew up right here in Val Thorens. He's a Mammut rider, and he had a solid start with a 5th place finish. We're taking 6th through the cut in snowboard men, so he's in the mix right now. But César Barin is going to be looking to put on a show for his home crowd. I spoke to him this morning, and he was buzzing. Absolutely vibing. He said, all my friends are coming. I'm a 5-minute walk away from my house, and I want to show this valley exactly what we can do on the world stage as César Barin gets set to kick out of the start gate.
The rookie leaving the start gate with cheers from his friends. He is in start gate number 2, the first rider out of start gate number 2, taking the ridge, heading a little bit further away from where we saw those first riders go.
And you can see the knife-like shape of this ridge top. These riders, both sides absolutely gripping, and the track showing there that they are just hanging on the edge of the earth. Here's the front side view of Cesar Baren's head, just visible as he finds the entrance to the couloir, airing in.
Airing right in this really steep section. This is where we saw the Forerunner go this morning. Huge air for him to start, and it'll put him higher and right in front of this. Potential for, it looks like he's scoping for another hit here.
Yeah, popping off the side of that little airplane turn onto his heel side edge, just showing that mastery of board control that he's got. And now Cesar into the by now pretty well-established traverse track as the riders get a little chance to reset both mentally and physically. Hadley, how important is this for the riders? Is it good or is it a detriment to have a break in the middle of your run?
I think it really depends on who you are, and I think you have to have a plan even going into something like a long traverse. It can't just be a plan for the airs, it has to be a plan for the downtime as well. What you're going to say to yourself in your head, how you're going to keep yourself motivated.
So Cesar wrapping around with a big backside 360, landing perfectly, taking a different approach into this section, but clearly paying off as Cesar using that home field advantage to the maximum.
Exactly. This will give the judges another thing to work off of, a brand new line from top to bottom as he makes his way, turns it into a bit of a double and coming out home. But again, new line on the face from start to finish. We'll see what the judges have to say about that.
Yeah, a difficult task for the judges to line up line scores when riders are using different parts of the face. How are they managing to accomplish that?
You know, before they've started the comp, they've scaled the whole face. They've kind of discussed which features are going to be awarded more points than others. They have a game plan going into this for sure.
Well, look at this. All right, we're going to take a look back, Hadley. Cesar getting things started right out of the gate with a huge air.
That first air was massive. He pretty much turned what should have been a double into a single. You can see the technique bars quite high. And again, this nice little transfer 360, very different from what the boys did. But again, by utilizing that side air, he didn't have to have the rollover.
Yeah, and perfectly executed double out the bottom. Cesar gets onto his toe side edge, the hover air line tracker, showing Cesar's progress. Different approach at the top and then similar line through the bottom. This man is at home and he is fired up.
He is getting himself ready for the after party tonight.
So the judges are taking a look at all the aspects. What are they doing in the tent right now, Hadley?
Right now they're doing two things. They're looking at his run, but they're also considering where within the ranking that they're going to put him. So they're looking at the three men that went before him and thinking, how does this rank? How does this new line compare in difficulty, creativity, and how is his air and style and fluidity?
Yeah, you can see the air and style bar on the video judge. Drew Tabke, 2013 Freeride World Tour champion. He knows exactly what he's looking for. Well, and these are just the glorious moments on the Freeride World Tour. A rider at home has just delivered a stellar performance, and now he's just sitting chatting with his friends as the score coming in an 80.33. So Cesar Baren sliding just ahead of Warren Doyle and into a podium position as we are approaching halfway through the snowboard men's category. So solid run for the young Val Thorens rider, Victor De La Rue sitting on top, Enzo Nilo and Cesar Baren. All three men right now in podium positions live in Val Thorens.
Yeah, there's definitely a hometown advantage here in Val Thorens, and I think what stood out with that run is a little bit less hang time. He was on the traverse for much shorter.
All right, we're back up to the top. Shane Blue Sandblom This man, he's sitting in ninth, riding out of Palisades in the Lake Tahoe area. Absolutely dominant in the North American Challenger Series last year, but unfortunately riding with a bit of an injury right now. So Shane was really concerned about how hard he's going to be able to go. You know, he's in that very delicate position where you've got an injury, but you also want to show the world what you've got.
Exactly. I talked to him a few breakfasts ago, and he recognizes the injury, but he says at this point, there's no choice but to send. So I think we'll see him, as we do right here, really putting the throttle down. Nice double air right out of the couloir and onto Cesar's track.
Yeah, so getting up nice and high. The first man we've seen approaching this feature, popping off the corner, 360, lands clean, and onto that heel side edge. He had to make that edge transition quickly to make sure he got to the traverse.
You can see his hands up. That's some pretty good energy from him. I think he's really motivated to show you watching, the judges judging, what his riding is all about.
Well, yeah, the bag of tricks that Shane has, we saw it last year in the Challenger Series in North America, where he was hitting huge airs with massive tricks, always about the biggest possible amplitude. And Shane Blue now making his way in, lofty backflip, connecting and stomping, really holding it together. And again, no commitment, and it's so blind going into that cliff area. Yeah, your scoping has to be on point. Hadley, one more set of features below. Shane just running his speed off, airing into the chute, and edge control to the letter. Shane Blue Sandblom. This is what we bought the tickets for, this show. So sore knee or not, he said he was going to send, and Hadley, did he ever?
He certainly did. That is what we've wanted to see, an electric run, and he is feeling it. That pink curly hair is flying.
Well, he's been bummed, you know. He wanted to come on the world stage and show what he's got, and the knee injury prevented it. The crowd loving this man. They came for a show, and Shane delivered. So you can just tell by his body language. High fives for the French crowd. The fans...
Oh my God!
Well, there you go. That pretty much tells the story of how he's feeling. A huge hug. He was so impressed to be able to ride with Victor de la Rue. He just loves it. So strong start for Shane as he went out absolutely full throttle.
He wanted to go full gas. Here you see him turning that top air into a double, enjoying some nice powder, and then making these new features with a beautiful 360. And again, I think this is what's going to make his run. Look at that hang time, Derek.
Highlight moment. Shane, you just made the highlight reel for sure. And a nice, clean connection. And he had to get right onto that heel side edge to make sure he didn't run into the rocks. All right, Shane is stoked. The judges have already spoken, and it goes to an 87. Shane Blue into second. And look at the reaction. He is absolutely electrified as he goes for a high five from Victor de la Rue. This is what the Freeride World Tour is all about.
We love to see it. What a great guy. And I think his positive attitude really kept him going this whole injury.
Yeah, exactly. So Victor de la Rue, Shane Blue Sandblom, Enzo Nilo, that is your 1, 2, 3. As we go back up to the top, we are looking at Holden Samuels, the first Goofy Foot rider out of the start gate. That means they're riding right foot forward. And Holden riding at a Moonlight base in a Big Sky, Montana. He's been struggling to find his pace, but in Spain, he seemed to have locked in on it and found the right speed as he goes straight out of the start gate.
Right speed, and what he showed us is he's really good at landing clean, and I think we'll see that today from the Moonlight Basin rider. Really strong on his board, 4 points all the time.
Getting way high into this rock cluster. Holden setting up, using that toe side edge to his advantage as he goes backside 3, perfect landing. So Holden now through the top section absolutely rapidly as he is flying onto this traverse. He's going to get a chance to catch his breath. That top section, it's so steep, it goes by really quickly, Hadley.
Really, really quick. I think as a rider, part of inspecting is to assume how fast you'll go, and it can be a mistake from riders, especially on new venues, to move through the venue faster than they expect, and all of a sudden the cliff they wanted to hit is 10 feet behind them.
Yeah, you pick up speed quickly when the terrain is that steep. And Holden Samuels, you know, riding at a Moonlight Basin there at Big Sky, no stranger to powder conditions, and the POW just hanging in the air. It's so fluffy. We've had the wind, but now it's settled POW as Holden comes into this lower section looking to line up his takeoff.
Massive backflip, but not holding on. Oh, that's a heartbreak for Holden. He really had that full commitment going in. You know, it's interesting. I think the first few riders were a little bit tentative, and now that they have that track, they're able to send it, but it still means you have to stomp.
Well, and listen to the riders during the face check time. You got the sense that that hit was going to get some action on it, and Shane opening it up for the crew, Holden following suit with an enormous laid-out backflip, and unfortunately not quite able to hold on. So Holden luckily already has a podium finish at stop number 1 on the Freeride World Tour by Peak Performance, so this one maybe not going to be in the keeper pile.
It might not be in the keeper, and now the trick for him, depending on the score, is keeping that motivation going and returning back to that podium mindset.
Woo! That was good. I didn't mean to go that big.
That's back to the old Holden there. But I didn't mean to go that big. I love this start gate. How terrifying is it standing up there?
It is terrifying, especially if you know you don't even get a warm-up turn. You're just in the air straight away. So the judges are going to be watching his run one more time, seeing what went wrong on this air. And as he said, he went pretty big.
He was laid out there, got tossed around, a little bit of a rodeo ride for Holden Samuels, and then the lower section kind of back to his standard perfect control. He did get bounced on the bottom feature. Hadley, what's that going to mean in the judges in terms of scoring?
You know, I think we've only seen pretty clean runs all day, so I think Holden will have a hard time cracking too high into these standings. But again, third place, this one he can throw away, and the key is to move on quickly.
Yeah, the control score definitely going to be the one the judge is looking at. And as he said to Victor, as soon as he rolled through the finish line, oh, I didn't mean to go that big. The speed judgment into a blind air like that you haven't hit before, you know, as a former World Tour rider yourself, what's the mental process to do that?
It can be difficult, and they have no historical reference. So there we see 44.33 dropping into 7th place. Holden will just have to refocus and come back again at the next comp.
Yeah, reset, regroup, and back we go. Victor De La Rue holding on to the hot seat. So we only have a couple riders left in the snowboard men's category. And the next guy in the gate, riding out of Verbier, the man in the golden bib, none other than Liam Rivera. Finished 3rd overall, 3 years in a row. He is no stranger to the podium, and now he's sitting in that golden bib. Liam, you know, he's only 26 years old. It feels like he's been on the Freeride World Tour forever, and he has just been a force, and it feels like he's found another gear this year, which is kind of scary for the other riders.
They should definitely be worried about this young Swiss rider. You know, Liam, last year he started almost not making and re-qualifying for the Tour, and this year he's starting with the golden bib, so let's see how he handles that kind of pressure. Not the I'm fighting from the back, but I've got to maintain my place at the top.
Little high five for one of the members of the safety team up top as Liam airing into this rider's left couloir. A big toe side turn for Liam Rivera as he is making short work of this lower section. A nice clean double there as he checks a little bit of speed, trying to get up high and find another feature. Oh, butt checking on the 360, Hadley. That was a very creative take on the upper face.
Very creative, and that also showed his skill set in just turning. We talk a lot about tricks on the Freeride World Tour, but the ability to carve your snowboard still really matters to these judges.
That's right. Technique, one of the 5 categories, and they're looking at those. When you make what seems to be an unmakeable turn, that gets the judges excited.
Exactly. That slope is close to 50 degrees up there, and that takes full commitment and really good skill set to be able to turn.
All right, so that little butt check, the judges are going to notice that probably in the control category, Hadley?
They will, and that's a tricky thing, because did Liam really need that bonus error, or did it end up hurting him more than it helped him? We'll see, but oh.
All right, well, we're 1 for 3 on that blind takeoff air. with Liam Rivera falling victim to it as well. So he's going to be heavily docked on control on this run. Going to be just looking to salvage a little bit on this lower section.
Exactly. You can see just in his body language and his riding now that confidence has gone down as he makes his way through the bottom part of the venue. Able to hold on in that double, but not the day he probably wanted to have.
Yeah, that was a tough ride for Liam Rivera. Up top, looking really strong with a super creative take on this face. And yeah, you can almost see it in the body language. That's not the show he wanted to put on the man in the golden bib. So it's going to be interesting to see what happens with the overall rankings at the end of this category.
Definitely. And interesting to see, you know, Shane Blue coming in with an injury. It's a little bit easier sometimes when you're injured to kind of have that go for it mentality. No pressure because you're so distracted by the pain. And Liam's got a lot of pressure with that bib on.
All right, we'll take a look back at the replay.
Really a perfect start. Couldn't get much better than that. Look at this first turn, Derek.
Yeah, Liam just making such technical work of the upper part of this face and this cross-hill air. It looked a little odd at the start, but then realizing he was going way over to get that big front side 3. That's so scary to spin like that up there.
Exactly. High points on creativity, but just not able to hold on. And then he had that whole traverse to sort of recover and probably think too hard about that butt slap.
All right, well, we see the score 34 for Liam Rivera, so he goes into 8th place. He's going to laugh it off. You know, Liam Rivera last year, as you said, he had a couple tough results early on and then a rocket ride up into 3rd overall. So we know mentally resilient is a very key factor in Liam Rivera's kind of makeup. One rider left here at the top of the Pointe Touraine. This is rookie Sacha Balico. Sacha, another French rider, not from here though, the only one of the French riders not from here. He comes from Les Trois Vallées, and he's got a huge bag of freestyle tricks and had an absolutely electric start to his Freeride World Tour career with a 2nd place in his first event. Sacha now on this face.
Let's see if he follows up his first performance on the tour with another banger. We'll see him going edge-to-edge control, lining up this first set of cliffs, taking a little bit smaller than the others have before him, but definitely a unique line.
Allowing him to get the corner piece of that and a huge slash turn. So Sacha just out there having a blast in the powder. A unique take on that section, Hadley. It looked a little cross-court and then realizing as the camera pans back that there's more and more features stacked underneath him.
And I think it's really smart if you're the rider going last in your category to pick a different line. It sets you apart and ensures that all of your landings are fresh.
Yeah, what does that do to the judges when the last rider of the day takes a different line in a creative way like that?
You know, we don't like to make their job any easier than it already. I mean, it's not an easy job, and we don't want it to be easier for them. You see, he's as high as any rider has gone, so let's see where he goes.
All right, well, Sacha into a fresh area, no tracks below him.
Oh, perfect. He was ending up giving himself room for an extra air where Cesar just had one, launching huge.
Oh, front 3, and unfortunately coming undone on that. So Sacha Balico is down. The judges definitely going to notice that on the control scores.
They will. Let's see how he finishes. You know, in Spain, he had perfect landing, so let's hope that he can do the same on his way out. Oh.
We're going to a completely different part of the face, about as far riders left as you can go. You can see those textured fingers in the snow from the wind, but going double there, getting onto the heel side and handling that transition to the flatter bottom part cleanly.
Let's see, Derek, what the judges do for this. This is tricky. He had quite a few pretty big errors, but again, uniqueness of his line, creativity of his line score will be higher. So let's see how it compares to someone like Holden.
Yeah, we've seen a few banger runs with some significant control issues. Sacha can unfortunately join that club as he pops in and shares a high five. Looking back here at the replay.
Again, strong out the gate, finding a new line, being able to turn that into a nice double and have this bonus cliff at the end of the top section, which sets him well onto that traverse track.
So he's having to put a hand down to hold himself there. So going for the backside 3, landing. Oh, and just a bit of rotation in the landing.
Yep, tossed him a bit more forward than he wanted to be and not able to ride out. So let's see what the judges have to do with this run, but big smiles anyways from the competitor out of France.
Snow on the mustache, score to beat 90.67, 39 for Sasha. So he goes into 8th. And that is going to do it for the snowboard men's category as he walks off, the dawning realization for this man that he has just taken the win in Val Thorens, the Val Thorens Pro winner, Victor Delarue. So 2 times here in Val Thorens, 2 local boys taking the W.
Definitely Victor is excited to be out on top, and we're excited for him. So here are our results. Victor Delarue, 90.67 on top. Shane Blue, out of the blue, coming back from injury, claiming that he deserves to be here. Then you have the 2 Frenchmen following him. Warren Doyle, the first American, in 5th. Remy in 6th. And then you'll see that, again, the 2 did not start for this year.
All right, well, here we have our podium. Victor Delarue, Shane Blue Sandblom, and Enzo Nilo. That is your 1, 2, 3 for snowboard men, and the electric energy from these 3 guys. Shane Blue Sandblom bringing it back from the sore knee.
We love to see it. I mean, first podium on your rookie year, nothing feels better. Derek, let's look at the overall.
All right, so Victor Delarue jumps up into the top spot. Liam Rivera knocked out of the golden bib. Enzo Nilo, Sasha Balico, all in play. 3 Frenchmen, and Shane Blue Sandblom jumping up over the cut after his bottom finish in Spain. That's a huge move for Shane. Holden Samuels, Warren Doyle, and Remy now on the downhill side of that cut. They're taking 6 into the finals, where we go to Haines, Alaska, and of course the Extreme Verbier. So the slight clarification or crystallization of the overall situation there in snowboard men, but of course 2 more events, Hadley, before the cut, so lots still to play for.
Yeah, we really saw it last year. It altered a lot through each competition, so it's not over for any of them.
All right, well, that is it for snowboard men. Category 1 done and dusted. Stay tuned as we're going to be coming back to you live with snowboard women. Welcome back to the Val Thorens Pro, stop number 2 on the Freeride World Tour by Peak Performance. My name is Derek Foos, joined by the ultimate freeride expert, Hadley Hammer. Hadley, we are dropping into snowboard women, and this is going to be exciting. We have champions, we have rookies, all in the mix. Mia Jones coming out of the gate hot and putting current World Tour champion, last year's rookie, Noemi Aki, in check after the first event. So these riders are going to be looking to, well, one of them back it up and one of them get themselves back up as we are set to kick off snowboard women here. Category number 2 in this Val Thorens Pro, already absolutely spectacular. Here's where we sit in the overall right now.
look at this start list. We have Michaela Davis-Meehan. She's been on fire the last few days, ready to come out with flames. Natalie Alport also looking to show what she can do. And then here's these bottom, Anna Martinez, Noemi Key, and Mia Jones, all fighting for that top spot. And they'll be towards the back of this category group, so let's see what they can do with a little bit of information.
Yeah, exactly. There's so much learning to be done when you're not the first category. You can watch, you know, for the snowboarders, they were able to watch the men go. Peak Performance Fun Bet Fam favorites, 81% feeling the hometown hero is going to land on the podium, 68% for Anna Martinez, and your first stops champion, Mia Jones, with 50% of the vote. Peak Performance Fun Bet, your chance to get some skin in the game. It is Fantasy Freeride. Make sure you lock in your votes. Can't get it done now as we have already started, but at the next one, Georgia Pro, you can vote for that one. Hopefully you're all following along in the Peak Performance Fun Bet. So snowboard women, this category is blowing up, and the riding this year has been insane. We saw Mia Jones, a rookie, take the win. We saw Natalie Alport in Spain with what was looking to be on track for at least a podium, if not a win, exploding at the bottom with the biggest air that anybody in the entire category took. So it feels like it's kind of anybody's game right now.
Anybody's game in a really exciting category to watch on a perfect bluebird day here in Val Thorens. These women are psyched. You could just feel the energy this morning of all the riders seeing the sun.
So the first rider out of the gate is going to be Australian rider Michaela Davis-Meehan, riding regular foot. She's sitting right now in 3rd overall. She finished 2nd overall last season. So riding on a wave of confidence from a first event podium at the very beginning of the season. Michaela was another member of that fight back from the basement club last year. So she was really pleased to be starting out with a podium.
Yeah, it feels great. And honestly, you could see her every single day of this whole weather window, walking into breakfast, walking into dinner with confidence from her day of riding. I think she's ready to go.
Yeah, Michaela's got her parents on site here in France, making the journey from Australia to cheer her on in person. And it's been a bit of a theme at the Val Thorens Pro. So many tour riders' parents have shown up here. They're like, well, I want to go to Val Thorens. I want to go to the French Alps and ski powder with my kids. So she has got the ultimate support network behind her here as she's just getting ready to kick out of the gate. So speaking of family, we have a family connection. Another set of siblings on the Freeride World Tour. Take a look here at the Val Thorens siblings, the Barons.
Hi, my name is Lou Barin.
My name is Cesar Barin.
I come from Val Thorens.
I'm from Val Thorens.
And I'm a ski woman categories.
I'm the youngest snowboarder man for this year's in the Freeride World Tour.
We were really close together with Cesar, so have my brother in the tour is like really, really nice. I'm really happy to share with him.
I can rely on my sister. Is really sick. I love it. We can ask if we have some bad moment. We can have a small hug, and we can be more stronger with that.
I think it's gonna be super great.
I don't want to have more pressure to do a competition at home.
I'm just excited to see everybody.
All the guys coming. I just want to take the good thing and the positive things.
And I think we have 2 options. One is bad and you don't take the energy, and one is good and you take everything you can.
I don't want to have some pressure, more pressure than another event.
I want to see a level riding of Cesar because he have a big, big level.
I want to say to my brain, say nothing changed. I have more experience than the challenger. And I want to keep the same spirit, don't change, and make my snowboard, show my level.
I'm rookie because I'm new.
360 right off that first feature. This is setting the tone.
First feature of her Freeride World Tour career.
But I'm more experienced of the competition, and all my experience with the freestyle is gonna be a good thing for me in freeride because I know me better than when I was younger.
I'm making my way.
Well, sibling riders have become a huge part of the Freeride World Tour over the years. We've seen so many, and we are back live at the Val Thorens Pro. You can see the French crowd absolutely vibing here. The perfect sunny day for a little bit of pre-après celebration in Val Thorens. These folks are getting behind, I know they're behind the hometown heroes, Hadley, but they're getting behind everybody.
Yeah, and you know, Val Thorens really attracts such an international crowd. I talked to a lot of people, New Zealanders, British, French, Spanish. We've kind of got the whole world here watching at home, but also watching here right in front of their faces.
All right, back up to the top we go, where Australian rider Michaela Davis-Meehan anxiously waiting to kick out of the start gate with a third place on the first run and the first stop of the Freeride World Tour. She's going to be looking to back up that podium performance and do it again here. Michaela gets better in powder. You know, talking to her coach, Brendan Metzler, saying that she did really well in those hard pack conditions. That's something she's been working on. But these kind of conditions are where she absolutely sparkles. So look for Michaela Davis-Meehan to put down a fireworks performance here in Val Thorens as she's ready to drop.
Straight onto the face, and we'll see her in the air, I'm sure, momentarily out of that second start gate. To see making committed full turns and finding her way. The exposure below her is intense.
Yeah, biting off a big chunk there, having to fight for it. She throws the heel side edge on. Little bit of a check up there as Michaela needed to redirect to get off this next cliff. So the judges are going to notice that, but turning that into a double and now absolutely motoring on that heel side edge into the long traverse. Sometimes a reset, sometimes a chance to kind of reflect on what just happened.
Yeah, we'll see how well she holds up, but she's been practicing going fast, going straight. I think she's really ready for today.
So just enjoying this long patty. Traverse still counts as getting pow as she moves all the way across this face. You can see the various stripes starting to develop as all of the riders taking, you know, variously different approaches, tiny little changes in their tactic, but all moving towards the same direction, which is this next set of features that lurks below that blind horizon.
Let's see what she does as she finds her takeoff. This girl knows how to grab her board and add the freestyle element. Let's see if she can bring it in here.
So a little pause to check direction, a bit of a heel side slip there. So all of those things coming into context with the judges as Michaela makes her way through that section, and it's still another section of terrain underneath her.
Here she is following those first few snowboard men's tracks into the gully. There's potential for quite a few different variations of airs, turning things into doubles or singles. We'll see as Michaela back on that heel side edge. Again, the judges will dock for that, but she's gotten into a new part of the venue as she makes her way over this cliff, back on her toe side.
And a little butt bounce there, but right into the takeoff. And Michaela, while she looked not in control at the takeoff, perfectly in control on the landing. So a combination of control pieces there, a ton of control followed closely by, chasing after a little bit less. So that was a bit of a roller coaster ride there for Michaela.
It was. You know, I think in speaking with the judges and what they're looking for, they're really looking for fluidity across all categories. So we'll see what they do, how much they'll dock those slowdowns, but she does prove that she can handle a landing well. Now we'll go back up to the top, see that first entrance, that first air that she took, Derek, just massive. She's able to hold on, but then she completely whites herself out above a lot of exposure in that air. Once again here, I think she also took it a little bit smaller up top, but then was able to redirect and gain control. So just like you said, sometimes on it, sometimes off of it, and we'll see what the judges have to say.
Yeah, and then getting herself above a ton of exposure here and just needing to redirect, kind of bucking into that takeoff and then landing perfectly over top of her board. So the judges have had their say, number coming in at a 62.67. And the reaction underwhelmed Michaela Davis-Meehan. She knew that she had a slightly different plan than that. So we'll see how that stacks up against the rest of the field as Michaela's going to take on the hot seat, the first rider of the day in the snowboard women's category. Back up to the top we go. The absolutely glorious French Alps providing the backdrop, the Pointe de Touraine, a new venue on the Freeride World Tour. This place is just giving us venues. We had a different one last year, a different one this year. There's many aspects and many elevations that can provide the correct conditions for a Freeride World Tour event. Sarah Bacher, the Austrian rider riding regular foot, first in the Challengers last year in the Europe-Oceania region, with a 6th place in Spain. So she's going to be looking to step things up a little bit, riding out of Innsbruck. And she says she owes her inspiration to Manuela Mandel, the Austrian Freeride World Tour champion. So Sarah now on the face here and looking to make a statement.
You know, she really showed us in Spain she's good at riding, but she took a lot of small airs. So let's see if she can step it up, take a bit of a bigger chunk off of these cliffs, and keep that fluidity moving.
All right, well, on that heel side, making her way through, completely disappearing in a powder cloud there, and coming out. Looks like she just needed to check her vision so she could get going again. Off the nose of that one. Sarah back into the powder. These snow conditions, absolutely incredible, blinding these riders.
You know, the riders all week were really worried about the snow just being hard packed, so I think the powder this morning was a bit of a surprise.
Yeah, it did definitely elevate everyone's mood when we watched the forerunners go, and their reports over the radio was that it was powder, like really powder, and everyone was like, and when we could see it from our vantage point, that it was significantly different than any of the other days that we got to look at this face. So Sarah Bacher now making her way across this long traverse. Helpful or hindrance to ride in another athlete's track?
I think it's definitely, if you're a snowboarder, much more helpful. They're going to get to go a lot faster than the first person that's fighting against that fresh snow. You'll see Sarah taking a deviation and going now where no one has gone yet on this venue, but into a completely blind rollover as we see Sarah lining herself up into this sharky, rocky section, moving with confidence, throwing that edge-to-edge technique. And let's see what she does. Ooh, right above exposure. And again, widening herself out, but look what is below her, Derek.
Yeah, Sarah just getting herself into essentially a mandatory air, just full of rocks. Oh, and unfortunately, by slowing down, she's kind of got herself stuck now. And Sarah's going to have to very, very delicately navigate this next section. Oh, that is a bit of a pickle she's gotten herself into. You can see that heel side edge stuck on those rocks, just a little too low to slide on the snow as she bumps down the final section and gets herself out.
And not the day she probably wanted, but great way to show that she found a new line that none of the riders so far today have done. But I think she needed a little bit more speed.
During face check, that section of this face was a big question mark for a lot of the riders, Hadley. A lot of them wondering if it would be too sharky to ride fluidly through. It feels kind of like Sarah just answered that question.
I think she did, and you know, it's hard with this. We got just enough snow to cover the rocks. When we say sharks, we mean rocks, and I think the hard part is with just enough snow, you think it's good, but in fact, they're just right below the surface.
Yeah, the homework required to locate and memorize where the rocks were before the snow fell so you could navigate through. We take a look back here, Hadley, at this replay.
Strong riding out of the gate, took that first top air, and then you'll see she just whites herself out. I think it's a little bit of a fear to put in a speed check, and then that speed check in these conditions means that you can't see immediately afterwards.
All right, score dropping for the Austrian rider, 21.67, so that's not going to trouble the current hot seat score of Michaela Davis-Meehan. We are 2 riders into the snowboard women's category. The Val Thorens Pro 2026 Freeride World Tour by Peak Performance. The Peak with just a little halo of cloud behind, but it's not going to trouble the riders' riders' ability to see where they're going on this spectacular face. A perfect day in the French Alps for Freeride as we are into the snowboard women's category. Michaela Davis-Meehan sitting on the top right now in the hot seat. Our next rider, Natalie Allport, riding out of Montreal, Canada, Mont Tremblant, and she had what I can only describe as an almost spectacular run at the first stop in Spain. It was all going well, and then punched through a bit of crust at the bottom and did a front flip. So Natalie Allport, the Canadian rider, on the face.
I love just the way that Natalie stands on her board. You can tell that, I don't know if it's the CrossFit background or just her confidence in herself and her riding, but she stands so strong, so powerful, and this girl can go huge, and I think we'll see it again today.
Well, a clean entrance into this run. Natalie keeping the board control as she makes her way down, popping off the corner, getting forwards, a little speed check, and then flying off that one, but unable to hold it. Absolute full gas approach there for Natalie as she went off the biggest section of the corner of that cliff. And at full speed, Hadley, that was a no hesitation move.
No hesitation. I think she got a little bobbled on the first air and then wasn't fully able to recover for that big air. You could see how deep the snow was in that landing, really just plugged herself in. But you know, the run is not over, the day is not over, and I think it's important to finish strong even after that.
Yeah, so Natalie, she's on her toe side edge here, so goofy foot rider. That means her right foot forward in her stance. So a lot of the other riders having to come across here heel side. The general consensus in the snowboard community, especially in the steeps, it's a bit more comfortable to be on that toe side edge.
Exactly. You can see Natalie making her way across, probably recollecting her thoughts. I think she's one of those athletes that, you know, she's dealt with injuries, she's dealt with burnout, and she also knows how to just believe in herself and come back strong as she enters into this lower part of the venue. Nice air, nice white out, riding strong. Let's see what she can do here.
All right, so Natalie into the rollover now, into the lower section of this Puente Thorens face. And we saw some action from snowboard men on this feature. And Natalie lining it up, landing clean. So she's kind of in her redemption arc on the lower section. It's one of the beauties of having this face divided into two big sections is you can pull a bunch of points back from the judges if you flash this lower section.
Exactly. Always important to finish strong as an athlete, no matter what. You never know how the rest of the field's going to do. And so even if you have one mistake, it's good to make sure that you finish with no other mistakes.
Yeah, so Natalie coming all the way out to the rider's left. You can see where the wind has sculpted the snow down below, sliding on that heel side edge. Is the convexity there, Hadley, how difficult is that to navigate?
It's really difficult, and that's where you see the difference between a rookie and someone that's been on the tour for quite a while, is they understand what they're looking for in that scoping. Again, when you come over those convexities, it looks blind. You don't really know where you are. They just look like rolls. And a good rider will know exactly. They'll know how to look across the way and pick out something in the skyline to put them, to orientate themselves to where they are. You can hear it, Natalie, pretty upset.
Oh, you found the shot.
Oh, sounding like she maybe hit a rock in there.
Yeah, you can see it. I think she just gets a little wonked in between the two doubles and isn't set up fully square to go off that last air.
Yeah, and then this just absolutely glorious powder field, the bottom section riding over that wind buff snow. You can see the board just rippling under her feet, and that's where that strength comes in, Hadley, as she's just holding on.
Hi, Mom. Hi, Dad. Hi, Valley. Hi, Freddie. Not my best.
Not her best. Coming in at 32 points. That'll be a second place for now for Natalie Allport. But we know we can see much more out of the Canadian rider, and she's just got to bring it together and show us what she's got in Alaska.
All right, well, back up we go. Michaela Davis-Meehan sitting in first, Natalie Allport in second, and Sarah Bacher in third. After three riders, our next rider out of the gate, the first of a couple of very solid French athletes. Anna Martinez sitting in second overall right now, finishing fourth last year, the Mammut rider and Rossignol rider. She is always a threat on any face, and the French crowd is going to be lit up in support of Anna Martinez from just down the road in Chamonix. No stranger to the big mountains and the technical riding as she drops in.
You know, there's so many lines in Chamonix that start exactly this way, steep, nearly 50 degrees right in your first turns, and Anna is showing that she knows how to handle it, setting herself up for her first air, taking it with confidence and riding cleanly.
Yeah, and that little pause, I think, was actually strategic to give herself an opportunity for some vision as she does it again. And off the cliff in the powder cloud, Ana Martinez just stacking features here as she has made the shortest possible work of this upper section. A clean run through the upper section for Anna.
Really nice riding from the Chamonix local. You know, this is her third season on the tour, and I think with each season that passes, you see her confidence growing, her strength growing, and to take that just pure fall line approach is saying such a statement from the young rider.
Yeah, that was the purest we've seen that upper section of the face ridden. Ana Martinez also goofy foot, so right foot forward, making her way across this long traverse on the toe side. Hadley, how tiring it is for these athletes on this long traverse when there's just the pressure build. At least it's powder. At
least it's powder, but you know, this is one of the longer venues we have of the tour. The runs are, you know, 2.5 minutes, and that's a long time to have that much adrenaline pumping through your body. But Anna handling it like the champion that she is, entering into this rollover, getting a nice air and straight into perfect control with that heel side edge.
Yeah, Anna just straight lining down here, kind of using the contour of the slope to get her direction as she comes into this lower couloir that saw so much action in the snowboard men.
You can see all the tracks in there, but Anna making some beautiful turns as she enters into the couloir. Classic Chamonix riding.
Yeah, Hadley, you can see that she's actually making the turn shape work with the terrain. How much of that comes down to her scoping?
It comes down to her scoping, and then it comes down to her experience of how to use the board, how she's moving down the hill, maintaining both speed but also control, and that's something that you build all throughout your life, all throughout a rider, and Anna takes her training serious. I'm sure she's worked on it very specifically.
Yeah, you can just see the comfort in the steeps. She's not afraid to have a little bit of air under her board, and to the edge control, and the French crowd absolutely loving it. A clean run from top to bottom, and that is the first no mistake run we've seen so far in the snowboard women's category. So what do you think the judges are going to do with that?
I think the judges are going to love it. I think they're going to love no mistakes, and I really think they're going to love her commitment. Fast, fluid, full gas.
Yeah, and the video judges bar showing that high on the line, technique, fluidity, air, and style, all in the green as Ana Martinez makes a statement on home soil here. This section, it was so steep, and she was just able to point it there, Hadley.
Point it, and even in that top air when she widened herself out, she knew her line so well that she was riding straight through it. Let's see what the judges have to say.
Well, it goes up to a 78.33, so a command performance for Ana Martinez, and the home crowd are absolutely loving it.
So is she. Look at that smile, Derek. Someone is happy for the day that she just had, and she certainly deserves to be as she sits in the Dynastar Rossignol hot seat.
Oh, huge grin on her face, waving to all the friends and family. She's got the... Yeah, she's got the spot, the enviable spot now. The French crowd getting behind the French riders. We've already got a hometown winner so far in snowboard men. We now have a snowboard woman, a French rider sitting in the hot seat. Michaela Davis-Meehan and Natalie Allport closing or rounding out the podium. But we are just slightly over halfway. And the next rider in the gate, Noemi Aki. She is the current reigning Freeride World Tour champion. She is from right here in Val Thorens. She is a Verbier Extreme winner, and she is on course now.
She is at home, and let's see how this home advantage works to her. I'm sure she feels comfortable being here, and you can see that already in this top section of the face. Making her way over to her first air with full commitment, and looks like lining up a pretty big section of it.
Noemi taking off, landing beautifully, getting control back. That trademark edge-to-edge board control that Noemi Aki has as she navigates the upper section. And another big piece below her, And riding out, nice little tail press there. You can see she was fighting for balance, but handling it like the champion that she is. Noemi Aki wrapped up on top and now moving heel side, so regular foot across this long traverse where she has much more terrain awaiting her.
You know, I imagine Noemi had quite the head game going into here. She wants to show off for her hometown crowd, but in Spain she was, you know, a little bit lower down in 5th place, and she wants to have that overall title for the 2nd time in a year. So she's got to balance the risk and reward that she's willing to take. How much is she going to push it, and how much is she going to take a little bit of a safety line?
Yeah, not looking so safe so far, but the execution picture perfect so far for Noemi Aki as she comes into this blind rollover. This is where things start to get serious again, as a massive chunk of terrain lurking below Noemi. She pops in there with no hesitation into a double and flashing that section.
You know, it's amazing, Derek. She goes into the air, and when she lands, it doesn't even look like she's left the ground with how much control she has in those outruns.
Well, really, really stellar run so far from Noemi Aki as she gets into this technical section, pointing the board into the fall line.
Going out fast. I don't know if you can hear, but the crowd is just going wild here for their hometown hero. She's going to feel good about this run for sure, and into the sun and into her friends and family waiting down below.
Well, the only one that was able to beat her last year was, of course, multi-time, 4-time Freeride World Tour champion.
You know, Ana Martinez gave her quite the goal, and yeah, Marion Arity won last year, but I think Noemi is here to say, I can win here too.
Yeah, she was nearly unstoppable, only her mentor taking her off the top step last year as we look back at the start of Noemi Aki's run.
Just look at the start and the exposure right over a cliff band. And you'll see again, here is that classic Naomi style, strong, fluid, and so good on any sort of landing that she takes.
Video judges' bars absolutely pinned to the top. One of the things they look for, Hadley, is not skipping features. Did Noemi skip anything she could have hit on that run?
I don't believe so. No skipping and just full gas, no hesitation at all out of the young French rider.
Yeah, and then in this difficult technical lower section, she puts the nose of the board into the fall line through that entire lower couloir, and you can see the rocks just accelerating beside her. So catching up with Ana Martinez, who's sitting in the hot seat. The score up, 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 84 points. Noemi Aki into the hot seat. Listen to the crowd.
The crowd going wild. Our new hot seat member deserves a big breath of fresh air, and that smile again coming off of Noemi, proving why she won on her rookie season the overall championship.
Yeah, that was a solid bounce-back performance for Noemi Aki as she takes over the hot seat from Ana Martinez. Michaela Davis-Meehan bumping down now into 3rd with only 2 riders to go. Noemi Aki guaranteed to be on the podium, so an extremely solid return to form. We go back up to the top for an exciting rider here, Mia Jones, 20 years old, riding out of Palisades. She's a rookie on the tour and taking a win in her very first World Tour start. She said she is feeling free and ready to put but just clipping rock right out of the gate.
Right out of the gate. That's so hard to go from a dead stop straight into an air on your first turn out, but Mia recovering fast and proving that she can stomp. You know, she is one to watch this whole season, coming out with 1st place in the Spain and showing why. Look at that edge-to-edge board control.
Yeah, and with only Noemi and Ana putting down clean runs, already that top section from Mia looking really strong. I mean, that was the boldest start we saw from any of the snowboard women, just popping out of the gate and immediately into the air, and the rest of that solid. So there is something to be salvaged here.
Oh, absolutely. Her run is far from over, and Mia proving why she got 1st place last year. You know, you can so much confidence out of a rookie rider. It's really cool to see.
Yeah, love watching the way Mia navigates. It's almost the steeper it gets, the more comfortable she gets. You know, she chases her brother around at home, and obviously her dad is a legend in the freeride snowboard community. So the whole family, they ride together, they push each other, and the skills that Mia has put together in her young career are absolutely world class. So she's going to be looking to back things up here on this lower section as she pops off the traverse and following some of those tracks from some of the other riders, gets ready to take on the lower section of this face.
Exactly, Mia coming in with purpose and speed. Again, no hesitation into that lower section, showing that she's got great control and knows where she's going. 1, 2 perfect stomped landings and into the snow as she enters into the same chute that we saw Noemi just a few moments ago.
Yeah, so Noemi choosing the straight line option. Mia getting down through the rocks with what is becoming her trademark board control and flying out on that heel side edge. So a bit of a story of what might have been there for Mia Jones, but the rest after the top was stellar.
Really stellar. And you know, Derek, it's hard to recover from crashing, and I think Mia showed the strength of her mental game to be able to bounce back so fast and stay with it.
So crossing through the finish arch to the cheers of locals and international visitors alike as Mia Jones wraps up what is only her second Freeride World Tour event.
That's kind of unbelievable, Derek, based on that riding.
Wow, this is good.
All right, we're going to take a look at the replay here, Hadley, as she comes straight out of the gate.
Looks like she was just a little bit back, closer to her backside edge, and just backslap straight off the bed. I bet she wasn't able to get fully centered riding out of the start gate.
But then I love this as a recovery, getting the indie grab right between the feet off another huge cliff. Video judge loving the line there. Control clearly down as she did have a crash right away, but the rest of the run so solid. And that Aaron style bar maxed out as, you know, one of the only riders we've seen grabbing the board so far in the category.
Yeah, Aaron style, and really look at that technique as she exits out of that couloir. Such strong riding. I think we have a lot to see from this young rider the whole season long.
Well, Mia, not so chatty in the finish area, but now she's doing it as the judge scores coming in 64-6-7. So she moves into third. Potential for a podium, even with that mistake, as there is only one rider left in the category, but this rider is not to be dismissed. Coming third overall last year, Nuria Caston-Baron. Right now, Noemi Aki, Anna Martinez, and Mia Jones, your 1, 2, 3, Nuria Caston-Baron, very much looking to be in that podium conversation. She's sitting in fourth overall. They're taking 4 through the cut, so she's on the good side of the bubble currently. But we've seen Nuria Caston-Baron, when the pressure is on, rise to the occasion, and you know mentally she's going to be looking for that kind of performance today.
Coming out of the start gate, start 1, right on her toe side edge, setting herself up, getting playful right away. We love the way that she works the terrain and also has fun with the terrain.
Off the highest possible part of that and getting a little bit butt checked as the board goes sideways. But Nuria Caston-Baron moving on down. Mentally got to kind of reset now, Hadley.
Reset here into this potential double, making it smooth. Again, the girls this year on snowboard are really showing that they can bounce back from any sort of crash as she gets her way up high onto that traverse. And Nuria gonna see what she can do at the bottom to make up for that top error.
Hadley, what's the double-edged sword aspect of a POW comp when you've got the conditions? There, obviously everyone wants to ride powder, but what are the pros and cons of that?
You just don't know what's below you. You know, we've had a lot of variability on this slope all week long as we've been waiting, so you don't know, is there a wind lip, is there a rock? And I think for these snowboarders, it's a lot easier to whitewash themselves, where they put the board sideways and then all of a sudden they can't have any visibility.
Yeah, and seeing is nice when you're on a Freeride World Tour venue. As Nuria, getting snagged on something just at the edge. Luckily that didn't happen any later. As she pops into this lower section, full attack mode, using that heel side edge to slow herself down and getting control.
That was quite the recovery. That again could be a shark, just a shark or rock right under the snow, this fresh snow, as Nuria enters the bottom couloir. I think the first two riders showed a lot of commitment, and Nuria choosing to actually go out and creating another air for herself.
Yeah, way over that lurking exposure, off the nose, landing just on the edge of the Rockwell and pulling it off. Nuria Caston-Baron out the bottom. The final rider in the snowboard women's category is making her way through that peak performance finish art and out into the glorious sunshine in the French Alps here in Val Thorens.
You know, Nuria's been second overall, third overall, and I think she wants that first overall pretty badly. Today might not be the run that gets her there, but you can see that she is fired up.
All right, taking a look at the replay, Hadley. Nuria, goofy foot, so going toe side over that terrifying exposure at the top and straight into the air.
Yeah, look how steep it is up there, but she's able to show how good she can turn her board. Going into that double, total control and holding that speed. And we'll see her entering in here as well. A little bit of a butt check there as well, redirecting and holding on. So as we can see in the judging criteria, quite a few docks on control, but high on technicality.
Yeah, and the line score looking strong.
Puta merda, joder. Pues estaba más sharky de lo que pensaba, ¿eh? Pero bueno. Pueden hacer lo que es good y además ya no me va a casa.
You know, the judges have it out for them. Not a lot of clean runs today, so they really have to figure out in that stack how one crash compares to another rider's crash.
Yeah, Nuria just catching up with the friends and family at home, watching in Spain as she's looking back up. You can see she's got snow in her buff, snow on her board. The powder conditions here on the Freeride World Tour.
Lo que sea es, me da igual.
The judges hard at work, enjoying the sun, but definitely grinding out the scores.
All right, well, they have had enough time now. As the score coming in, a 58.33 for Nuria Caston-Baron. She slides into sixth with that run. Sorry, into fifth with that run. So Nuria Caston-Baron done and dusted, and this young local woman has just taken the win at home. Your Val Thorens Pro winner, none other than Val Thorens rider Noémie Eki. A commanding performance for the French rider.
Really strong out of all three of these women. 2 clean runs for first and second, but Mia Jones proving that even with a bobble that she's still right on top. You see Noémie Eki with 84, Anna Martinez right behind her, and Mia Jones again in that third place spot. Michaela Davis-Meehan behind, and Nuria Caston. And then we're gonna start to see some runs that didn't make it and how it'll affect the cut line.
Yeah, that cut lurking for the snowboard women. There'll only be 4 of them going to finals in Alaska and Verbier. As you see, your 3 podium athletes, Noémie Eki, Anna Martinez, and Mia Jones. 1, 2, 3 here in the Val Thorens Pro. And this place is going to go ballistic tonight with Noémie Eki and Victor Delarue both winning the snowboard categories, dominated by the French riders today, and the French fans absolutely loving it. As we see what this has done to the overall situation, it's tight at the top, Hadley.
Yeah, Mia just 400 points ahead of Anna Martinez, who's really showing the consistency game. Noémie Eki now that puts her in third. Michaela Davis-Meehan above the qualification line, and Nuria right below. She's not going to want to stay there the rest of the season.
No. 2 more opportunities for snowboard women as we wrap up this category. Coming up next, ski men. Stay tuned, buckle your belts, and stay with us. We'll be right back. Welcome, Freeride fans, back to the Val Thorens Pro, where ski men are on deck and fireworks are ready to be unleashed. Ben Richards holding the golden bib. Toby Rafford, the ultimate style master, looking to take over that top spot. And of course, reigning Freeride World Tour champion Marcus Goguen looking to bounce back from an uncharacteristic off-podium finish from him. The ski men are lit up and they are on the hike. It's a long hike up the back of this Pointe de Thorens, Hadley.
Exactly. They've got a bit of a warm-up ahead of them. Here is our start list. Christopher Turdell, 10 seasons here on this tour, starting us off. Then we've got Timo right behind him. The Americans, Kelly and Joey, rookies on the tour, showing what they've got. Toby Radford down there in 9th. And then it continues to get interesting. Yeah. Victor Halewood's in 11th. We've got Leo Slemmet, wild card, back to shake everyone in their boots. Ross Tester, and then Marcus Goguen rounding it out at 18th, quickly followed by Max Hitzig. And we are not done. Hugo Troubaud and the current leader, Ben Richards, going last place, sitting in first place. So at no point can you take a break. I hope you went to the bathroom already. 2
events in a row that Hitzig and Goguen going back to back. 64% of you in the Peak Performance Fun Bet feeling that Marcus Goguen will land on the podium. 51 for Max Hitzig and 35 for Ben Richards. The Peak Performance Fun Bet, your opportunity to get in the game. It is Fantasy Freeride, the fan favorite. So fairly even spread there with a little bit of a nod going to Marcus Goguen. Feels like an angry Marcus, you know, could be a dangerous Marcus after that off-podium finish in Spain. But this field is so stacked, and the same, I mean, we say the same across every category. As you get into it, and just rider after rider, you're like, they could win, they could win, they could win, they could win, all the way down. So whose day is it going to be in ski men on the Pointe de Thorens? These riders have been hiking for approximately an hour and a half at over 3,000 meters. That's just in the neighborhood of 10,000 feet for the Imperial system users. Regardless, it's high.
It's high, and it's a lot of walking to start your day. A lot of time to think, but these riders are professionals and they know how to get it done.
All right, we are kicking things off with the 2-time Freeride World Tour champion, Christopher Turdell, sitting in 12th right now, just above the cut line. This is his 11th season on the Freeride World Tour, essentially his entire adult life, and Turdell on course now on the Pointe de Thorens, kicking things off for ski men.
You know, I think he'll show his veteran status. It's a new venue for him, which is so fun. You know, there's no option of doing a line he's ever done, and entering into that face with a 3 and classic Turdell turns and full speed, making that double into a massive single.
Airing over the entire top section, trademark Christopher Turdell, ultra smooth. He just makes the impossible look easy, popping over that pepper section. So we wondered if that was going to work. Well, Turdell just proved the concept as he is making his own track, staying low, pushing his feet out in front of him. Hadley, trying to hold speed there?
Yeah, trying to hold speed. I mean, look at the powder under his feet, sometimes encroaching up to his knees. Turdell getting a quick breath, but I am sure the bottom part, keep your eyes peeled because it'll be quick work from the Swedish rider.
Well, absolutely unleashing on top. Now Turdell just popping over that wind drift and a lofty backflip in, and Turdell getting bounced and unfortunately going down there. As we see Turdell, he comes out of the cloud. So an electric start there from Christopher Turdell. We thought that feature was going to see a lot of action, and the first rider in ski men showing that takeoff so blind. Hadley, how do you know how hard to set a rotation?
It's blind, and I think you don't know how hard to set the rotation or what speed. You know, when it's flat, it's really hard to judge even how fast you're going into it. And I think the boys that go further back into the category will have an advantage of seeing a few people before and knowing that timing.
Do you think strategically up at the top they're going to have their phones out watching the broadcast?
I think it's really dependent on the rider. Some don't like to know what to do. They want to stay with the plan that they have rehearsed in their head, and they want no outside influence. Others are going to be glued to their phones, seeing what the boys did before.
Well, the Peak Performance rider going down there, Hadley, as we look at this entrance. Christopher Turdell making a statement
Not too many people doing a 3 into a 48-degree slope, full commitment. And here's what we'll see what happens. Yeah, I think he just over-rotated. He went too big, too much speed, and too much pop.
Yeah, it looks like down next to the rocks there, the transition flattens out and Turdell just unable to hold the impact. Well, he doesn't have much to say. A man of few words, a 40.67 for the two-time champ. So he is going to meander on over to the Rossignol Dynastar hot seat, but it may be a short-lived stay in the hot seat as the rest of the ski men will be learning and taking notes from Christopher Turdell. Back up to the top, this is exciting. Peak performance rider Timo Rollshoven, he had to miss the first tour stop because he had an exam towards his engineering degree that his professors were not even willing to move. So hopefully they're watching and get to see Timo in action now as he is caught up. He took a DNS, did not start in Spain. So we have yet to see Timo on tour this year, finishing 9th overall in his rookie season for the Scott rider. A really strong start with that gymnast background. Hadley, what do we expect to see?
We're going to see a lot of airtime from this rider. You see it all summer long. He's jumping cliffs into water all winter long, cliffs into snow. He's so comfortable in the air, and this venue is going to provide an opportunity to do so.
Well, Timo making his way down the knife ridge, and he is in properly now, airing off that feature at maximum speed. Timo making such short work, cutting across to catch this piece, a redirect into a backflip.
Perfect precision, such commitment top to bottom. Timo really working this entire top section. You know, you see riders getting onto this traverse track early, and I think what Timo did is cut out at least a third of that traverse track. And that correlates to the judges feeling the energy, feeling the excitement, and they barely have time to recover.
Yeah, maximum use of that upper section of this Pointe Torrent face as Timo now coming across this long traverse, a bit of a mental and physical reset as he now gets set to take on this lower section.
Look at that confidence and smoothness going in, a little bit of a back slap, but wow, he looked just so comfortable going into that blind takeoff, going for a new entrance in here. Whoa. Holding on. Woo. Wow, the German rider riding out of Austria and St. Anton. That was a nail biter at the end.
Timo wide open on the throttle there through that last technical section. Didn't even look like he took his skis out of the fall line for a second. All right, well, the crowd loved it. We loved to watch it. Timo Rollshoven returning to the Freeride World Tour with a fireworks performance. Big hug for Christopher Turdell. Of course, Peak Performance teammates there as they just catch up on their adventures on the face.
I'm excited to watch this again. Look at this perfect back flip straight into it. The man just knows how to fly.
Yeah, I love how he got on his edges. And this one, reminiscent of Turdell, the tide goes out quick on that landing, meaning it gets flat as you go lower down. So maybe riders at the top will be watching that and taking a little bit of speed off for that approach.
Yeah, they certainly will make the adjustment. And then Timo really showing full commitment there. Look at the way he weaved in and out of all of those rocks, holding on. Great way to come back on the tour. We're happy to have you here.
Oh yeah, Timo Rollshoven now clicking out of his skis. He's all smiles. Return to the tour.
High and dry, baby.
All right, score coming in for Timo Rollshoven, surpassing that of Turdell, an 80.67 for Timo Rollshoven. So a solid score there. We're into the 80s, and we've only got 2 riders at the bottom. So the judges liking what they saw, the line, the control, the technique. Obviously, Aaron Style with 2 big backflips. A great start for Timo Rollshoven. And keep the shots coming. We are heading back up to the top for Paul de Portalet, the Swiss rider, operating out of La Grave, right here in this country. One of the most exciting men on the Freeride World Tour, an absolute spirit. Such a positive skier, and he's just vibing on being on the tour, being with these riders, and pushing out of the gate now for PDP.
He went absolutely massive in Spain. Let's see if he does the same here. Coming out of start 2, making his way down this ridge line and into this entrance. Popping in a little bit of smaller turns than Timo, but this is why creating a 1, 2, oh!
Taking it all the way over, getting up to the same feature as Timo with a lofty backflip, and unfortunately skis coming out of the fall line there. So Paul Deportelet with a bit of a control issue on that section.
Bit of control, full gas, but his run certainly not over yet. Let's see what he does after this traverse and into the bottom section. And as you said, one of the brightest lights on the tour, and I think as a rookie, having that positive attitude really keeps you moving through the highs and lows.
Yeah, and it is an emotional roller coaster for the riders on the Freeride World Tour. Paul Deportelet put it all on the line in Spain, was rewarded with the Scott Amplify Your Vision Award for line creativity. And now coming into this lower section, we'll see what Paul takes on. A big backflip. Coming out switch and reverting.
He's clearly gone to the gym this summer with all these, the ability to revert and hold on. But yeah, not much adjustment on speed from the other 2 riders either.
As Paul getting into this really steep entrance into the lower section. And Paul, equipment off, but his hands are up, meaning he's okay.
Glad to see he's okay. We can also see the snow, a bit of a snow check there. It's deeper than I was expecting.
The drone right with him, a kiss blown to the fans at home. Paul Deportelet putting it all on the line there as he goes down swinging in this lower section.
You know, Derek, it's always a game as a rookie. Are you trying to play it safe, kind of stay in the middle, choose the event you go full gas on, or like we see with Paul, just kind of going full throttle every single event?
Yeah, there was no feeling of playing it safe there. As we look at this, he had it. It looked like he just got pushed into the back seat, and then this lower backflip. Look at the amplitude.
Just absolutely massive, going even further than the first 2 riders. And here's where he gets a little bit hooked up. These rocks are not gentle. Yep, just gets high-sided, and oh, that's not what we like to see.
A rowdy crash there on a rowdy run from Paul Deportelet, sliding, still moving, and double kisses blown to the fans. So we've got the ski runner on the venue here collecting the yard sale from Paul Deportelet. All equipment available. As you got to give a lot of credit to folks doing this job. We have 8 of them scattered around the venue. Each one of them is set to put themselves into extremely challenging terrain to go and retrieve equipment from these riders. So big props to this. Looks like ESF there. That's a French ski school uniform. So probably a local ski instructor who knows this terrain inside out.
Knows the terrain and knows how to work his way through quite interesting technical sections. Yeah, definitely not an easy day at work for these ski collectors.
Yeah, hopefully we're not going to have to call on them too much throughout the rest of the ski categories. Just getting started with ski men, and then of course followed right after by the ski women. So we're hoping they're not going to have to work too hard on this Puente Torrens today. Bit of a fist bump there to the ski runner, reconnecting Paul with his gear. That's going to be a no score for Paul Deportelet. The score to beat still held by German rider Timo Rohlschoven, as Paul Deportelet putting it all on the line there for the fans. Incredible moments here already, and we're only 3 riders in.
Whew, I don't know how my heart's going to make it the rest of the day.
Yeah, I hope you've got your seatbelts buckled up at home as we are moving through Ski Men. The next rider, an exciting young rookie coming out of Lake Louise, Alberta, skiing for that Ular Big Mountain team. And I love this about Jack Kolesh. Not only did he grow up skiing on that team, but he's coaching Freeride. So he's giving back to the juniors. And he said that coaching has actually helped him in competition. And Jack Kolesh now ready. He made a splash in stop number 1. And he said he's ready to just put the gas on, and Jack Kolesh right out of the gate and storming onto this venue.
Right onto the venue, 10th place in Spain, and as you said, he's ready to turn the knob up a bit, and we can see him entering into this face, taking a huge chunk, perfect 3, not fully holding on, but definitely quick.
With a massive backflip over a huge chunk of terrain and going down a front roll. No break in fluidity there for Jack Kolesh as he was high on the face with 2 tricks under his belt already. So Jack going for the Cossack there. The Ski Men just bringing the thunder immediately, top of the start list. And we have seen an action-packed start to this category.
Exactly. He has a little bit of room to play. You know, 10th place is a great finish for a rookie, and now he's showing what he has. And the commitment of 2 massive tricks that high onto the face, a lot of exposure below, says a statement in itself. Here we see Jack entering into the lower part, lofting a 3 and right to his feet. That is what we want to see, clean landing. And I think he really adjusted his speed well.
Yeah, he found the perfect speed for that as Jack Kolesh now, getting caught on some unseen rocks there just under the powder. But he did manage to keep his trajectory going, turning it into a double at the bottom and clean. So a rodeo ride for Jack Kolesh, some spectacular moments and some tough moments there for the young Canadian.
Exactly, it's a glimmer of his potential was shown multiple times throughout that run. He'll certainly get docked for those errors. And again, this new snow is hiding the rocks that are really just below the surface.
Well, Jack can hold his head high there as he comes into the finish. Catching up as we take a look back at the replay. What a start for Jack Kolesh.
I mean, the air time there, just massive, not able to hang on, but then he quickly collects himself back together. Let's see what the video judge hits the control hard, but then makes up for it. What a beautiful lofted 3 into that terrain, finding the landing straight to his feet.
Oh, and you can see there, that's exactly what you said, Hadley, those rocks hiding under the fluffy new snow. There's no way you can know they're there.
Yeah, it really takes looking at so many photos before the snow, after the snow, and having to remember all that on your run is really difficult. 50 points for the rookie, Jack Kolesh. Not the run he wanted, but certainly showed why he is here on the Freeride World Tour.
All right, well, from rookie to rookie, we've got a string of exciting young riders. Aspen's Kelly Hillicky, he had a banger run going in Spain and going down on one of the boldest moves on the face, backflipping into a closeout couloir. And Kelly saying that he has so much more to give. He wants to show his maximum performance here on the Freeride World Tour. But this is a man strategically right now, Hadley, in need of a solid finish.
He needs a solid finish, and he knows it. Talking to him this morning, he knows how to play with that dial. I think he's going to show just his basic, incredible skiing or a front flip. And I guess for Kelly, basic means front flip right out the gate.
Big 360 on the next feature, so we're only 2 features into the top section, and Kelly under an imposing set of rocks and flying over all of it, bouncing, no, unfortunately unable to hold on to that, and through the next section of rocks. All through face check, everyone wondered how flat that was. That's the head tap IFSA Region 2 North American signal for I'm okay, as he has a huge smile on his face. So this man has no ability to chill.
Yeah, I take back everything I said in the beginning that he was going to tone it back, or unless this is Kelly toning it back, we're really in for a show when he does put it together. I'm sure he'll be a little bit bummed after this excitement and adrenaline wears off, but man, what a rookie to watch.
Well, that's 2 times that we've seen Kelly putting down sections of a performance that looked like they could win. The front flip 1 meter out of the gate, perfection onto that edge, and then the biggest cliff that we've seen anybody hit today, and unfortunately just a little too flat to hang on to.
Yeah, I think when it's that flat, you have to exit off the cliff, have that takeoff be totally perfect, and you can see he was a little bit wonky in the air, and there's really hard to hold on to that when it's no landing.
When you get into the air, Hadley, on an air that big and you see that it's flat, what does that do to your mental state?
You kind of know. You definitely know when you're up there that it's going to be a hard one to hold on to, a hard one for the body to recover. It's a good thing he's only 20 years old, that's for sure. Again, the Ski Ninja's being put to use. This one a little bit of an easier job.
Maybe oh yeah, there it is, just wedged into the rocks. Kelly Hillicky happy that he's okay after tumbling through those exposed rocks. As we said, there was a lot of conversation throughout face check as we haven't had a lot of sunny days on what the transition at the bottom of that cliff was like, and Kelly felt he had it, you know, he had it wired, he had seen the angles he needed to see, but this is another testament to how difficult visual inspection is.
Totally new face. We never really had, the day that we have today, we haven't had yet. They haven't had a full, clear blue day to really see this face, and so it is a lot of guessing. And again, no rider has been down this in competition, no historical data to work off of. There is a little bit of a maybe, what if, what's going to happen.
So we're 5 into the ski men's category, and we so far have 1 clean run. Timo Rolshoven at the bottom, and even that had a bit of a control error with a backslap on one of those flips. So challenging or just a stickiness of throttle?
I think it's a little bit of a stickiness of throttle here, and you know, I think unfortunately, as some of the earlier riders, they're kind of the speed testers, and those later riders are going to be able to adjust, make corrections. You know, maybe if they just saw what Kelly did, maybe that cliff won't get as much action as we expected.
So it looks like our Ski Ninja having to go back up to find one of the many pieces of strewn equipment from Kelly Hillicky's crash there. There we go. We've got it dug out of the snow. I don't know if those are his skis or his poles or what's happening, but those big props to those people that put themselves on the line to collect these Freeride World Tour riders' equipment. As we're seeing the French Alps spread out on the horizon, we've got clouds in the background, but perfect conditions for Freeride here on the Pointe de Thorens. Val Thorens just turning the dial up to 11 for the Freeride World Tour.
Absolutely, it's so nice to be here. You can see in the screen in front of you incredible views from the ski resort. You can see all the way to Mont Blanc, looking at Italy, looking all over France. Just an incredible landscape, really spectacular.
Yeah, I would advise you to go on the internet right now and book your ticket for next year, the Val Thorens Pro. The accommodation fills up fast here, and you do not want to miss this. Live on scene from the top of the Pointe de Thorens. You can see how steep it is on that north face, the side that the competition is being held on. It just falls away, and these riders, you know, it's an intimidating place to start a comp run.
Absolutely. Even the hike alone, you can see them on that ridge line. It's interesting to talk to some of the riders that they're more scared to do the hike than to do their run.
All right, we're going to check in with the man in the hot seat and the only clean run so far. Timo Rolshoven coming back from exam and now sitting in the hot seat. How good does it feel to be sitting there right now?
Not too bad. I think clean is an overstatement. It was a bit of a backseater on the last backflip, but yeah, feeling good.
Yeah, definitely the cleanest run so far. So missing the first event, what was your mindset coming into this comp?
I was quite nervous, but I feel a bit maybe extra ready since my last exam was already done, so I was a bit more chilled out and I could ski for a bit more as well. I had a weekend back home skiing with my brother, which was really, really nice. Like, got me into the mindset of landing runs and skiing fast. So yeah, but it's definitely, I'm super nervous watching all those guys send down. Like Kelly was definitely on a heater right there.
Can you talk to us a little bit about that blind rollover backflip? We've noticed that between the snowboarders and the skiers, judging the speed of it, how do you know how fast to go into it?
Yeah, I thought I was going too slow, literally. Like, I saw one video, I think I watched the stream and saw one snowboarder hit it, and I thought he was going way quicker than I, and I don't think, like, I don't know, but it didn't look that huge on the video, so I was quite surprised midair. I think you could see my, like, arms going up, and yeah, it was a bit of a cat move there in the end. And the takeoff's definitely way more kicky than you think it is.
All right, well, thank you, Timo. You're in the hot seat right now, nervously watching the rest of the ski men's field throwing down here as we get ready to go with the rest of ski men. You see Oscar Mandan there. This hike, Hadley, about an hour to an hour and a half, depending on how fast you go, at over 3,000 meters. That's well over 9,000 feet. For some of these sea level dwelling athletes, physically challenging.
Very physically challenging, and you're kind of pacing yourself. You don't want to get sweaty. You don't want to get too tired, but you also don't want too much time at the top or too much time with your head. So it's a strategy of its own, how you stay psyched from the moment you wake up on the tour that morning all the way to when you're in the start gate. You're really controlling your energy levels.
Well, there's so much that goes into what these riders are doing on the show here as we go back up to the top for another exciting young rookie, Joey Leonardo, coming out of Edwards, Colorado, skiing out of Arrowhead. He was a stormer on the Challenger Series in Region 2, which is North and South America, and has been a really solid contender here on the Freeride World Tour, finishing 14th in his first event, looking to show more. It's been really fun chasing Joey around the resort, watching him just popping front flips and back flips and 360s off of everything. One of the most exciting parts for these young riders when they come on tour is just getting to ride with the Freeride World Tour Rat Pack in the resort. And we've had a few days where the riders have gotten to get together and ride and with the big shred posse. So now Joey is ready to kick things off for his second run on the Freeride World Tour. Cannot wait to see him drop in.
Exactly, smooth rider, good rhythm in Spain, smart skier, and a skier that you can tell loves almost every day. He's the last one to come in, first one to go out. This guy likes to ski, and I think it shows in his riding, but really tricky just to stand up there after a long delay.
Yeah, showing up yesterday at dinner still in his ski boots. He was the last man on the ski hill. The psychological aspect of this delay, waiting for Kelly to collect his gear. But we are ready for Joey Leonardo as he pushes out of the start gate.
Right onto the face, out of start gate 2, enjoying a few fresh pow turns for the Montana rider, heading where we saw Christopher Turdell go in the beginning as well. See how he enters into the top of the steep face.
So popping in and now picking up speed, getting way up high over this little exposed rock band. Joey popping in, popping out, making it into a double with a left footer and turning it into a triple with a 360 clean. Joey Leonardo with a great top section.
Perfectly clean, coming in, nice floaty backflip, bit of a backstop, maybe not enough speed on there, but still holding it through. Perfect execution. I think that was really smart, whether he wanted to trick it or not, knowing that he needed the speed, going for the straight air, and now he's on the traverse. Gonna get himself psyched up
Joey
for part 2.
Maximizing that upper section, multiple tricks, high speed, great fluidity. So now he's just resetting himself as he slashes himself into the white room. These conditions are absolutely glorious today.
Amazing to see. We only saw him do straight airs with grabs in Spain. It's great to see that the man can spin. Let's see what he shows us. Nice lofty 3. Holding on, putting it 4 points. Really big speed and air there.
Yeah, Joey going huge there, and it looks between him and Jack, the 360 may be the better option as Joey Leonardo now through this technical lower section, popping up that upper nose, staying in the fall line, and pinned out the bottom.
Joey really showing that he is a well-rounded skier. He's got the airs, he got the grabs, he got the air and style and tricks, but he's also just a smart skier and a really technical skier, not getting hooked up on those rocks, just high energy.
High energy from top to bottom. for Joey Leonardo as he is through the finish with a run to be proud of.
You know, he was the 2020 Junior World Champ. I think he knows what it feels like to win, and he wants to win again.
Well, looking back here, Hadley, so technical on this top, taking the double and then this turn to set up what was to come.
Exactly. Nice way to set himself up, have the second to breathe. Really nice 360 here and perfectly stomped. That firm snow is definitely under there, you can see, and then right away back into this technical riding.
Yeah, fall line approach, big double out the bottom. Joey keeping the gas pedal pinned.
Like, ringing right now.
You have that one up.
Yep.
The camaraderie between the athletes, you can see it. They all want to beat each other, but they're also great friends.
Boogers and...
Well, just an inside look there into the headspace of Joey Leonardo as its score comes in at an 89, and the young American rookie taking over the hot seat from Timo Rolshoven with an absolutely electric run as he has put it down from top to bottom, and the look on his face says it all.
He's gonna be smiling for a while, get a little of that biotherm sunscreen on his face. He could be sitting in that hot seat for a while or not too long. We'll see what the riders after him have to say, but that was a great run out of the rookie.
Yeah, Joey making absolutely...
My face hurts so bad right now. Let's go, boys.
Sound like his face hurts. Maybe a little bit of a knee to the face on that 360.
Potentially, he took that right to the bottom of the landing. I think landing in the last possible ski length. All right, well, from Joey Leonardo, we go back up to the top. A man who was a rookie on the tour last year, and in his rookie season, finishing second overall. He's going to be looking to capitalize on that experience this year. Martin Bender riding out of Verbier for Faction. He's got an 8th place finish so far and sitting in 8th currently on the 2026 Freeride World Tour. He's going to be looking to jump up. He won in Val Thorens last year. Hadley, what does that do to his headspace here?
I'm guessing for Martin, it gives him a lot of confidence. You know, some riders make it into pressure, and I feel like for Martin, he's like, yep, I deserve that, and I'm going to do it again. So let's see what he's got. He's really a kind of skier who can do anything off of anything, and this is a brand new playground for him to play with.
Yeah, playground is the operative word. When you watch Martin Bender ski, it has that playful element. Technically, he's so powerful. He is a former Freeride Junior World Champion back in 2022. This field just littered with former Freeride Junior World Champions, only 21 years old, and he is ready to go. The trademark chest thump as the Verbier rider set to kick out of the gate.
Hold on and don't blink too many times. He was a junior champion, but also a downhill junior racing champion. This guy likes to go fast and really put the throttle down. We'll see as he makes his way into the top entrance. Nice 3, so smooth and controlled, setting himself up to exit out of here.
And taking that double as a single with a 360. Little bit of a backslap there, but just a tiny bit as Bender now looking to make the most out of this lower section, launching it all the way down. So full speed attack from Martin Bender.
Exactly. Who knows if that was the exact plan, but certainly full gas and full air out of that top. When you really turn it from a double to a single, means you're going to go out with way more speed.
Yeah, and now Bender just skiing through the powder, this long traverse, kind of adjusting himself, getting himself ready for the next section that he is going to go back to that attack format. Martin Bender now coming into the blind lip with a lofty 360, landing beautifully, getting onto that turn. So technical to turn right after that huge air.
Exactly. And setting himself up, getting through this rocky section, light on his feet, but hooked up. You know, it's interesting. There's some places where the rocks can be smooth and not too grabby, but it looks in Val Thorens, oh no.
It just took his ski. The rock took his ski.
Yeah, they can be really, they call them grabby rocks. They just want to take your skis right off your feet.
Well, heartbreak there for Martin Bender as he was on a heater, and you can see there he is upset. We're upset for him as he was on one. So all the emotion coming out of the Verbier rider as the new snow, Hadley, it's hidden the rocks, but it hasn't covered them enough to ski over them.
No, they're not the kind of rocks that you can necessarily play with, and it's certainly a risk take going into that sort of sharkier section there where some of the other riders have chosen just to go straight into the gully. You can see the fan club of Martin Bender is maybe 20% of that crowd.
The huge Valais flag there from the canton in Switzerland, and the fans love this guy. That's tough. Let's take a look back, Hadley.
You can see the confidence going right in, so smooth, as if he never left the ground. And again, this is massive. Huge air, definitely a bit of an issue on control in the landing. And let's see what happens here. Perfect to bolt. And then
approaching this double stager.
Oh, yep, right on that rock.
It's a rock. And comes to a grinding halt. I'm sure the base of his ski is going to be a little damaged there. So no score for Martin Bender. Ski off, and he's going to be bummed by that. But we know he's capable of winning Freeride World Tour events. He's going to reset and regroup for the next stop as we roll on through ski men. This category having a tough time with the conditions, the rocks, and just their absolute wild level of send. So we'll see if we ease into things as we go, or if the fireworks continue. The French crowd providing the electric atmosphere on the side of the slopes here. It's incredible the transition from piste right there to Pointe Torrent. It's right next to the run, but it is absolutely daunting for these riders. The next man in the gate, Finn Powell, the highest placed rookie in stop number 1 on the Freeride World Tour. The Kiwi rider coming out of Queenstown. You know, the confidence that he gets from being the top rookie has got to be fueling him today.
For sure, he's a little bit under the weather, so I think he needs that confidence from the first stop. And this guy knows how to commit to fall line skiing and just massive airs.
Oh yeah, Finn Powell, no stranger to the top of the podium, taking wins in the last 2 challenger stops last year in Europe as he pops in to this steep section and going clean 360 above exposure. Oh, Finn Powell with a huge move there, slight backslap, but going absolutely enormous, so technical and so risky.
Exactly. I mean, it's hard to not have that first spin, having you spinning, and for him to be able to just have everything together and fully commitment. That shows how well that man inspected this run.
Well, exactly where he needed to be with just pinpoint precision. Now, Finn Powell just trying to settle the nerves as he comes into this lower section. 2 more full sets of features below him. And, you know, he probably, hopefully, has had the benefit of figuring out the speed from some earlier riders as he now comes into this lip. Going with a huge flat spin, and no! Unable to hold on. These riders are absolutely sending, and Finn Powell going down swinging there.
Derek, you're a judge, or not a judge, a coach for these young free riders back in Whistler. What would you say to your riders that are standing up in the start gate?
You need to go slower off that feature. We heard it from Timo. There's more lip than they thought. That was a feature that you couldn't get a great look at the lip. But let's look back at this upper section. Spinning into that double, the commitment, and the takeoff of the next one, Hadley. How close?
So close, right next to the rocks. And yeah, he's really going into that one just as fast as everybody else. And as you said, it goes from steep to lets off into flat, and the second a landing gets flat, the harder it is to stick it.
Yeah, there's just so much impact there. So Finn Powell coming undone, but showing us what is in the tank for the young Kiwi. Like we said, he was the top place rookie in the last event, and 90% of that run was absolutely unbelievable. We know that Finn has what it takes to be on the Freeride World Tour, and he has just joined a long list of heavy hitters that went down swinging here as Joey Leonardo catches up with Finn at the bottom. So that's another no score. We are just racking up the crashes here in the ski men's category, but they are going for it. Nobody is here for second place. Everybody going for the win as we move on from one exciting, stylish young rider to another. Toby Rafford blew our minds in Spain with one of the most technical runs we've seen in the history of the Freeride World Tour, adding style, adding tricks into the most pure freeride zone on the face in Bakira. Cannot wait to see what the Sun Valley, Idaho rider gets up to on this face. Hadley, one of the most exciting riders on the tour right now.
He really is. He just has his own style of skiing that's unmatched by anyone here on the tour. He gets a lot of it from his sister, and onto the face he goes with that cool confidence right over the top of his skis, heading out of start gate number 2.
Yeah, over that knife ridge. This view just gives you the look on how gnarly it is as Toby Rafford popping in there and on the same line as Finn, landing, launching, and landing again. Toby Rafford making short work of that top section.
Just narrowly missing the rocks there on that outrun. So fluid, so strong. The commitment to be able to go into a trick straight into a double is just so intense.
Yeah, and Toby Rafford, another victim of the freeride flu. Him and Finn have just been a bit under the weather, but making it look like he feels 100% so far. Toby Rafford now, this next feature has been gobbling up athletes. Let's see if Toby can find the right speed. No brake check as he goes into a huge cork 7 and exploding on the landing. Well, Toby Rafford, I mean, you could see it in the approach, Hadley, the speed he was going.
Ski gone, another no score out of the ski men. Someone's got a radio to the top to lay off the hot sauce for these boys. I think it's just too flat at the bottom.
I was chatting with Abel Moga last night, and he was saying that he thought that feature was going to be a slopestyle competition today. And Abel was bang on that feature. I mean, we've seen an insane variety of tricks there, but Hadley, the speed it's just proving to be a little bit complicated.
For sure, and I think, again, that's, you know, it's a fully new venue. They have no point of reference to work off of. They can work off of the others, but I bet it's pretty hard to go through a flat section and not want to take some speed.
Yeah, and one of the things that was a bit of a theme during face check was they felt it was going to be hard to hold speed into that lip. They thought they were going to go too small, maybe risk landing on the rocks. Well, that certainly doesn't seem to be the case.
Not at all. Such a sad way to end that run, because really Toby showing at the top how good of a rider he is, how stylish and how committed he can be to adding tricks straight into a steep fall line.
Yeah, and Joey Leonardo can take another breath as one of the heaviest of the heavy hitters coming down, and unfortunately not able to put all the puzzle pieces together to lock down a higher score than that 89 from Joey. So Toby Rafford, trademark style, he's going to be, well, he's going to be bummed but jazzed at the same time, because the rest of that run was absolutely fireworks.
I love this top section, similar to Finn, just showing I can trick and then just launch huge.
Getting the grab on that cork 7 way past the landing, though. There was no transition there, and Toby Rafford did not let off the gas at all. You can see how flat it is. That impact, Hadley, what does that feel like?
It doesn't feel good. Tomorrow will not be a smooth get out of bed for these riders. That's for sure. They're going to need to hit those massage guns in the athlete riders lounge.
All right, well, back we go. We're hoping for a completed run here in the ski men category as we have peak performance and Scott and head athlete Carl Ragnar Eriksson. Carl, 9 years on the Freeride World Tour, always a standout. He is ready to put one down. I got to ski with Carl 2 days ago, and he was just looking silky smooth. He is, I think, one of the purest combinations of freeride, where he has the ski technique, but his style game is on point as well. He's so smooth on skis. Cannot wait to see what Carl does on this face.
I have a feeling 9 seasons of the tour will teach him that he knows when to take off the gas. He's a really smart competitor. That's the only way you stay on the tour for 9 seasons.
Yeah, he knows exactly how to get it done on every face. Carl making his way into that upper section, clean and precise as he comes into the top of this double, looking to load up off the second feature with a 360.
Finding that fresh, clean landing way further skiers right than we've seen anyone go. Probably smart knowing how far down the pack he was. Puts him right onto the traverse track. And let's keep our fingers crossed that if he enters into that blind roll, it's with a little bit less speed. We'd love to see a run go to completion.
Yeah, veteran riding there as we're, 10 riders into the category, and he's finding fresh landings. So that shows exactly how savvy Carl is in freeride to be able to spot something that nobody else has landed in. And now he is approaching the doom zone as we hope Carl is able to find the correct speed a little bit slower and landing high in the transition, backslapping, and nope. Rolling out of it. Does he have both his skis? He does. Well, still a score then at least coming in for Carl.
Exactly, and I mean, what a tricky thing. He went quite a bit slower, but still difficult to make that landing. We'll see him coming into this couloir, weaving around the rocks, straight lining out.
Whoa, what a hectic day for ski men as the precise words of Abel Moga, that's going to be a slopestyle on that feature, proving truer than he could have known last night. As Carl Regner Eriksson crossing the finish line, he's got both skis on, a little bit of a hands up there as he comes in. Congrats to the man in the hot seat, Joey Leonardo, who is he's got to be starting to feel a little bit confident, as nobody since he ran has been able to put a clean run down.
Nice 3 off the top from Carl, redirecting and finding and ensuring that fresh landing on the far skier's right side of that upper section. He really looks like he's going a little bit slower, but still past where that landing is steep enough to hold on.
It also looks like the backflip, maybe, Hadley, is not the move on that feature. The riders who have been doing 360s there, able to come out of them, but maybe is it that little bit of extra rotation pushing them into the back seat?
I think so. I think you're exactly right. Here comes the score for Carl.
44-point run, still good enough for 4th so far in the category. At least he had both of his skis on. So Carl Regner Eriksson sitting in 4th so far, 10 riders into ski men, and we're back up to the top for another exciting rookie. The rookie class this year is just so strong. Every one of them, it feels like, could win on any given day. I mean, they all had to win their way here. So right now, Joey Leonardo, Timo Rollshoven, and Jack Kolesch, that is 1, 2, 3 so far. Victor Halewoods riding out of Verbier, Switzerland. He had an electric run going in Spain, and unfortunately just slightly misjudging the size of an air on a backflip. So he's going to have learned from that, right? He's going to take it put it in the book and figure it out. He won the Region 1, which is Europe Oceania Challenger last year, with really strong performances. What do you think his headspace is in the start gate?
I think he wants to show why he's here, prove that what he did on the Challengers can hold up weight on the Freeride World Tour in the start gate and ready to go.
All right, well, the Verbier rider, he is brand new to the tour, but he is not new to freeride. Growing up in that Verbier Freeride Club, he has been doing this since he was a young lad and now reached the pinnacle of the sport, Freeride World Tour for Victor Halewoods.
Onto the course, making his way into that entrance, setting himself up. Nice, clean air. You can really see how strong and powerful his technical riding is, lofting a 3 straight to his feet. That's what we like to see, and able to keep that speed for the second air.
Yeah, popping off this feature. So Victor making it look easy so far as he flies through the top section now on this long traverse. The mental fortitude for these riders to approaching this section, Hadley, knowing what's been happening. Hopefully they know.
I think the word's probably gotten to the top by now. And I think Victor, if he's a smart rider, and we know he is, will make that adjustment.
All right, so Victor slowing things down a little bit. And going to a completely new area. popping out onto this shelf and going cross court right off the nose. Victor Hale Woods landing in fresh powder, a brand new approach on the face, and it's working out for Victor Hale Woods as he's gone full mountain goat, redirecting in the air and clean to the bottom. Thank you, Victor.
That is smart, competitive riding. Whether that was his plan from the beginning or an adjustment, we won't know till later, but really, really smart.
Yeah, and just enjoying a little bit of fluffy French powder out the bottom, antennas up, and he is hyped. The first completed run on the Freeride World Tour for the Verbier rookie, and he looks like he is fired up here to be at the bottom clean.
You know, I think he made adjustments from his Spain ride and seeing the riders today and showed I can adjust to the competition. Again, back to the replay. You can see the judging criteria: control through the roof, technique through the roof. Such technical riding. This is steep and rocky, Derek.
Yeah, and he finds the nose of that plummeting down, landing a little flat, but all those hours in the gym paying off for Victor Hale Woods popping. I love that turn in the air, so precise. And that moment there where Victor Hale Woods, as we look at the Hover Air line tracker, fluid, smooth, and clean to the bottom. As you see the crowd at the finish area, Victor Hale Woods, the score already dropping. Judges happy to put a score in after a slew of no scores. 74-33, Victor Hale Woods into third.
Really smart from the rider. That will be a great placement for him overall.
Okay, back to the summit, the peak of this mountain looking so daunting. Joey Leonardo, Timo Roshov, and Victor Hale Woods. That is your 1, 2, 3 so far in ski men, as we've got a number of no scores there already on the board. A lot of crashes so far, but it seems like as we're making our way through, the riders are learning from those that came before them. As we go back up to the top, Abel Moga, the head rider, coming undone in Spain, finishing 17th with one of the, well, the biggest front flip of the day by a long shot. This man, always exciting to watch as he is getting ready to push out of the gate on this brand new Pointe Thorens face. One of the most exciting riders on the Freeride World Tour.
Really is. I'm just wondering where on this face we'll see our first front flip from the front flip king out of Spain. Had a second place in Kicking Horse last year, ready to back up those podiums.
360 out of the gate, and Abel Moga just in the powder on this side of the face. Hasn't seen a lot of action from the ski men. Abel going triple there, pure free ride from the Spaniard, as he is now just gathering speed to make his way across this long traverse.
And he's going into the zone that no one has gone, not snowboarders nor skiers before, way far skiers right, into the fresh snow, finding a totally different line here.
And a front flip for Abel Moga, he stomps it. So as you said, Hadley, nobody's been over here, but Abel taking a completely unique take on this face as he finds more features. All of these are so convex, that means it rolls away from you, so completely blind.
It's really hard to know where you are on this face, and pretty much every rider wrote it off right away, but I think Abel always wants to beat to the beat of his own drum and going quite far skiers right, finding some fresh pow, maybe not enough features, but we'll see what the judges say, because you know, his skis are on, he's on his feet, and all of his landings were perfectly clean.
He's having to work hard to get back to the flats at the base. He took a huge right swerve to get all the way out to the French crowd and hype them up. And Abel Moga with a completely new take on this Pointe Thorens face, getting way out there and now making his way through the peak performance finish arc with a clean run for the Spanish freeride hero.
The crowd welcoming him in. The judges will have their work cut out from them. They've got a fully new side of the face to judge.
What do you think on line score, Hadley, there from the judges' perspective?
I think it's challenging because the errors, we'll go back and look, but aren't as big on that side. But again, we only have, what, 2 clean runs of the day, so I think that'll set him apart.
deep in the powder, making those turns, and then connecting the dots to turn this into a triple, fall line triple. And Abel Moga launching that front flip, catching transition perfectly there. That must have been terrifying.
Very much so. It's really blind going into all of these rollers, but that's just veteran scoping, veteran spotting for Abel.
Ah, bueno, solid, ve. Gracias a tutti.
Well, big thanks to everyone at home watching Abel. 71.67 coming in, so puts himself into fourth. Another rider who really needed a finish there. And today that might be a brilliant strategy from Abel Moga. You know, it wasn't his most electrifying run we've seen on the Freeride World Tour, but with a crash in Spain, sitting in fourth now, more than halfway through the field, that could be extremely wise. You know, maybe we're seeing the evolution and growing up of Abel Moga.
Exactly. You know, it's not always just about getting the podium, but also thinking long-term for the whole season, requalifying, making it to Verbier, staying on the tour.
Yeah, exactly. Getting to ski in Alaska, every free rider's dream. So back up we go. This face is getting a workout here as Joey Leonardo holding off some very heavy hitters as he sits in the hot seat still after dropping 6. We're all the way down to our 13th rider in the gate. It is the 2022 Freeride World Tour champion, Val Rayner. This man riding for Peak, for Scott, for Head. He is so smooth, absolutely precise as Val Rayner right out of the gate into the air.
You know, he had such an unfortunate, just plugged, couldn't get around 360 in Spain, but he is proving that that won't happen again. Perfect 3, perfect landing as he makes his way through this top section. A little bit different than we've seen in a while, taking off a huge chunk.
With an enormous 360, Val getting bucked just a little bit, skis out of the fall line, and then that quick high side.
Yeah, you know those airs where you're not going perfectly straight down and you've got to find that landing a little bit more difficult, a little easier to get high-sided. But Val will have this traverse to collect himself and see what he can do on this bottom section. There's been so many errors today that the run is not over till it's over.
Yeah, absolutely. And a finish can still be salvaged for these riders, and it is a unique situation being 12 riders into, or 13 riders into Ski Men and having only really 2 or 3 clean runs, as Valley now taking a big chunk off of this all the way to the bottom, a little backslap, but he stays on his feet and continuing to hold momentum down into the last section of terrain on this face.
Exactly, entering into this couloir, picking his way through the rocky section, smart, going a little slower and smaller, but hitting this double perfectly. I think this will be a pretty good run for today, all things considered. And Valley proving that the 360 is the way to go off of that blind rollover.
Definitely, yeah. The 360s have been working. The backflips have been devastating for those riders, and he found the right speed, but even still getting a little bit compressed in the landing, as Valley not happy with the way that went down.
He came in 4th overall last year, and I think he really wants to be up on that overall podium for sure.
Oh yeah, when you have had a taste of a world title, that's all you're gonna want again. So running through the replay here, line high, air and style high, control a little down.
You can see he sets up so well, but there's just not much of a landing there.
Yeah, and this has been one of the difficulties of the preparation for this event. As we see the replay, that 360, absolutely huge. Valley definitely the back touching down as we get another angle on it, Hadley.
Yeah, full speed, but able to spot his landing, which can help and fight through it. A little bit of a backslap, but certainly not a full crash.
But he's gonna get a score, which has been a rarity today. So 54-point run, 54, and he's in 5th right now, Hadley. So potentially a keeper score for Val Rayner as he is coming back, as you said, from a bit of a tough one in Bakira with a 16th place finish. So back up we go. We got Valley in 5th, Abel Moga, Victor Hale Woods, Timo Rochhoven, and Joey Leonardo sitting in the hot seat still after a bunch of heavy hitters coming down. The next man in the start gate, Whistler's Wei Tian Ho, coming off a podium result in the first event of the season. This young man only only 21 years old, sitting in 3rd overall, riding for Peak Performance and Dynastar. One of the most exciting riders on the tour. His style, super unique.
Very unique. You can tell just his technical skiing is like no other. The spray always coming out from the middle of his turns. He knows how to ski. He's on Dynastars this year, really making his skiing even that much better. I didn't think it could get much better. Entering into the top part of the thing, smooth, calm, collected, and showing his skill set.
Well, Wei Chen popping off that nose, picking up this feature with a big 360. No, he just caught his tip and the ski gone.
Oh.
Wei Chen tomahawking down, hand over end. He's okay, head tap there. The body's okay, the spirit is going to be hurting there as Wei Chen, another rider going down. Really hard to tell exactly what happened. It looked like he was around and maybe a tip in the snow.
Yeah, we'll have to wait for the replay. Such a bummer. His run in Spain, I think, was my personal favorite. He's just so nice to watch.
Yeah, and he was looking smooth, calm, and collected on the upper section. You can see his gear strewn up the face as Wei Chen's going to be waiting. The ski runners really getting put to work. Hopefully they're maybe getting a heli ride up there, not having to hike back up each time, over 3,000 meters for an hour and a half to collect skis for these riders. Well, let's look back, Hadley, at what happened there, because it was a very strong entry.
Does this perfect setup air straight in. His leg was just out enough to the side that the ski got whipped away.
Yeah, and the snow, while it is fluffy on the surface, it's a bit dense underneath, so the grab of that, just popping that ski right off of his foot, a really, really strong start of the feature, or of the section there. Wei Tin Ho, he was around, he was in the right spot, but the ski just popping there, and then that set him tumbling. Glad he's okay, looking at him just getting stretched out there. Well, another no score from Ski Men.
What's this going to do for the overall standing, Derek? We've got quite the shakeup.
Yeah, it's going to be all over the place as Wei Chen getting reunited with his equipment there. The ski runner collecting him, and he's just going to make his way off the venue. The riders are instructed after a ski comes off and you're taking a no score, it's your responsibility to just get off the venue safely.
Exactly. It looks like they're still searching for that second ski. Or potentially a pole.
Yeah, with the powder snow up there, it's really hard. You know, you've got a firm surface underneath, but the snow on top is so light and fluffy that it can just gobble up equipment. So they're on the hunt. This is the second time we've seen a ski runner have to go back uphill to retrieve a piece of gear that they weren't able to see on the way down. So Wei Chen Ho just dejected there as he had such a strong start and another no score. So an interesting little behind the scenes here on the no scores, Hadley. How do they rank them?
So with the no scores, it's not a flat no score. Because the overall ranking really matters and can come down to 1 or 2 places, they're actually scoring the no scores. So the run you have before you lose your gear counts, and then each rider will be ranked. So if you had a 60 going in before you crashed or an 80, you're going to end up with a no score that's a 0.8 or a 0.6.
And so what does that mean for those riders who take a no score high on the face?
It's kind of a bummer because the odds are they haven't done enough in their run to really bump up their score too high. So certainly better to lose it lower down than upper.
Yeah, and with a number of riders losing their equipment low down on that flat takeoff section, we may see some interesting no-score ties. So Wei Chen putting his hands together for the French crowd. He did his best to put on a show for them, and they're loving him for it.
Exactly. You know, that shows the mark of a competitor with a good spirit. And he knows at the third he can throw away a score. But, wow, Joey is having the last 30 minutes of his life, I'm sure.
Well, Wei Chen there in true Canadian fashion, apologizing for the delay. And a big smile on his face. I guess if you're going to take a crash score, today's the day to do it when the whole rest of the field has also taken a crash score. Back up, looking at the summit of the Puente Thorens and the daunting terrain surrounding the Val Thorens area. This is inbounds terrain accessible by, well, not an easy or short hike, but accessible from the resort. This place, just, I mean, a lifetime of freeride lines to be skied. As we see the Wei Tian face cutouts there, the Peak Performance crew putting together these heads, the many different faces of Wei Tian Ho on display. They got the flares out, this French crowd going ham, as we're still just waiting for Wei Tian's last piece of equipment to be collected off the face as we're making our way through. Proving to be a tough day for the ski men. The next rider in the gate, though, this is so exciting, Hadley. Leo Slemmet back in a Freeride World Tour start gate. The 2017 World Champ. He's a French rider. The Chamonix. Always so exciting to watch Leo ski. I'm so stoked that he decided to accept the wild card and come back to competition here.
Leo has no stress of the overall, has the stress of proving why he was on the tour and why he's invited back for the wild card, but such a strong, great rider. Really grew up on the Freeride World Tour.
Yeah, going through the process of getting his mountain guide certification, and you can see the comfort level. Leo Slemmet airing the entire face there, landing perfectly clean and right into a big backflip, connecting with it a little bit back, bending the tails of the skis, but continuing forward with momentum.
Yeah, he's moving through the top section of this venue really quick, and of course no run would be complete without a Leo Slemmet backflip. It's kind of his trademark.
Yeah, I mean, hard to call his trademark because he's done so many radical things in his time on the Freeride World Tour. The man just oozes comfort in the mountains. He's kind of quiet and underspoken, but always exciting to watch as Leo Slemmet now joining the lower section of this face and going a little bit more to the rider's right than we've seen most of the other riders go, and popping a huge backflip. Can he hold it? No, over-rotating. And Leo Slemmet coming undone there, but he's got his skis on.
He has his skis on. Let's see what he can do with this bottom part of the couloir. Again, so many no scores that actually every single hit that you do really counts. Making his way through the pepper section that ate a few of the riders, but for Leo, no problem. Easy double and into the finish line. Leo comes into the loud French crowd.
Yeah, I mean, we still have crash scores, I think, in the top 5 right now in this event. So this Puente Thorens proving to be an extremely challenging adversary for the ski men category, and the French crowd loving this man. He is a legend in the French community and in the freeride community globally, and he's been kind of emotional in the days leading up to this, just returning to the Freeride World Tour. Huge hug there from Joey Leonardo, and then wiping the brow there. Leo Slemmet back in a Freeride World Tour jersey. We'd love to see it.
We do. Such a beloved person in the freeride scene, and look at this massive air right off the top and into his first trick of the day. A huge backflip, a little bit of a wheelie, but certainly holding on, and then whew.
A monster flip there, over-rotated, Leo landing almost on his back. Another victim of the doom drop is Leo Slemmet. I mean, that one, it must just be so hard to figure out the right speed to take that.
I think so, and as Timo said, it's got a lot of tang on the takeoff. It kind of flips them a little bit more than they probably want.
So the judges, you know, now they're having to figure out these rating crashes against crashes. What are they looking at in terms of judging criteria?
For this one, they're looking at the replay, seeing exactly, you know, the errors that he made, how bad were they, and how do they rank in extremeness to the ones that came before. How far back did he backslap? Where was his hand position? They've got their work cut out for them for sure.
Yeah, it's almost not the way we expected the judges to be challenged today. but sometimes ranking those mid-pack, those crash runs with various levels of mistakes in them, but still multiple sections that are really strong. It's a tricky little game for them to play, looking at replays, looking at the categories.
You can see them now. This is when they rely on the previous runs of the other riders to see how it stacks up, see the errors, the way that they compare, but also see the strengths of Leo's ride and his run and see what he did well.
Well, one of the parts of that I really liked was on that upper nose, where some riders were taking it as a double that Leo just launched off as a single. He kind of pulled his feet up rather than pushing off, which allowed him to land high in the transition. That was a very smooth reconnection with the snow. Here we go. Score coming in for Leo Slim at a 52.33. So good enough for 6th place. A 52-point score in 5th place when we are 15 riders in. It's just incredible. So these riders truly being challenged by the Pointe Thorens, and Val Thorens providing a backdrop, but Joey Leonardo with an 89-point run, sitting in the hot seat still after big hitter after big hitter have come down and just tossed themselves. But back we go, Oscar Mandin riding, well, we're holding that French flag, and the French fans are going to be excited for the Avoriaz rider. Well, he's not at his home resort. He is in his home country and starting out strong for Oscar.
I think we can expect to see a lot of this multi-disciplined man. He can really do anything you need to do on skis. Oh,
Oscar just getting caught up right away.
You can see he skied right through and uncovered that huge section of rock, losing his ski. That's going to be a commitment for the...
It looks like his ski took a ride there and has gone all the way down to the nose, just near where Kelly Hillicky took off. That is a daunting place to collect a ski from.
Not a day to be a ski ninja. Heartbreaking. These rocks are unforgiving, Derek.
It's kind of reminiscent of Tom Pfeiffer last year in the same resort, but on a different face, where a strong run just derailed by a hidden rock. There's nothing a rider can do about that.
There's really not, and again, based on that no score category, this will be difficult because he was at the very beginning of his line. And let's see in the replay, one turn, and I think it's on the second turn in the setup. Yep, the ski just comes right off.
Just torn off his foot by a hidden rock, and you said, Hadley, these rocks are so sharp. They're unforgiving, completely unforgiving. There's some ski resorts where you can slide right over the rocks. This is not one of them.
Certainly not. And wow, look at that placement of the ski, and that ski shows you, we can see Kelly's line from a few runs earlier, the full commitment, and how large that cliff was.
Yeah, huge cliff there. And nervous moments. Is Oscar going to go get that himself on one ski as we pan back and see just that lurking enormous cliff underneath? He's definitely going to take his time. You wouldn't want to charge into there on one ski.
Certainly not. Oscar, 4th season on the tour, he knows how to play in these mountains and how to play in them safely.
Yeah, I think he's going to have to go down there, retrieve it, and then get back up and out unless he wants to take on that cliff that Kelly took. But you can see how straight Kelly went from so far back to make it over the edge. So we'll have to imagine Oscar's going to need to sidestep out of there.
I think so, for sure. But here we have a look into the Freeride World Tour. Look at Joey enjoying that hot seat.
Nana, thanks you guys for watching. Love you all.
So much love for all the people watching, not just his friends and family. We're stoked that all of you are watching here today with us on the Freeride World Tour. Val Thorens,
some more
second stop of the tour.
For the face.
So Joey taking a knee to the face on one of his many humongous airs, as Oscar, well, he's had to take a ski off. This is some serious mountaineering that he's getting himself into to go retrieve that ski. Maybe they couldn't find a ski runner that was willing to put themselves all the way down there. So Oscar having a down climb, he'll retrieve the ski and then get himself out of there. But tense moments there on the face as Oscar needed to reconnect with his ski, and his ski, it almost, well, not almost, it would have been better if it had just launched off that cliff. His ski could have done Oscar a favor and just sent it there and put it into the landing. So interesting event developing here in the ski men's category, as we're seeing a level of send that just is maybe not matched with the conditions, and a little bit of scoping issues on a few features. And then for Oscar, you can't kind of take anything away from what he did there.
Yeah, that was just heartbreak hotel for Oscar. We can see here, though, the crowd's still building, still enjoying the show here in Val Thorens as we wait for Oscar to retrieve his ski from a tricky
All right, well,
place.
We're going to head down to the finish area. We're going to check in with Joey Leonardo. This man has been sitting in the hot seat since he dropped in 6th. Joey Leonardo, you've been in the hot seat for a hot minute. How are you feeling down there? How's the stress?
Honestly, I'm not too stressed. It's been awesome watching everybody. My face really hurts. I don't know if you could see it, but I kneed myself right in the face. So I got a little ice pack, homemade ice pack on, but I'm just really happy to be here, and I can't wait to see what the other riders throw down.
I mean, you're there with the perfect view of the face. What were you thinking going into your run today?
I just wanted to land again. I knew I needed to step it up from Spain. And after talking to a bunch of the riders, it seemed like we had similar lines, but, you know, it's pretty intimidating sometimes talking to everybody else when they throw out their ideas and stuff. And I just wanted to make sure I made it down. I had a couple on-the-spot decisions, like that backflip. I had no idea I was going to do until I landed my 360. And I guess the rest of the run was just holding on. I had a couple loose landings, but we made it work out.
All right, well, congrats, Joey. You're sitting in the hot seat with a bunch of heavy hitters already down. Anxious moments for the young American rookie out of Edwards, Colorado, as he waits for the rest of this ski men's field to join him in the finish corral. We are making our way through ski men. It is the Freeride World Tour by Peak Performance. Val Thorens Pro ski men on deck as we are flying through, and we have a heavy hitter, a big contender in the start gate, none other than Ross Tester, Boss Ross, riding out of Alta, Snowboard Alta. He's moved recently to Park City, loving the mountain biking there. 5 seasons on the tour. You cannot look away right now as Ross Tester pushing out of the start gate.
Really, whole package skiing. If we said Joey loved to ski, this man will put up a good competition for that. Ross just finds the joy out of going skiing every day, and as a result, he's one of the most creative, fun riders to watch on the tour.
Yeah, and the full package of talent here, technique, air, and just raw send as Ross into this double with a turn, popping off the nose, gapping the double with a 360, holding on. Just kicked a little bit of a foot out, but he was able to get out of it clean.
Nice and clean, making use of that massive transfer, bigger than we've seen of the day, going into the traverse section hot. Really promising start out of Ross. And let's just hope he got the information to slow it a little bit down at the bottom, but really one of my favorite skiers to watch on the tour.
Ross just white rooming himself. He's got that Santa Claus snow beard now, just stuck to his balaclava as Ross now coming in. This is where we grab onto our seats and hold on. Ross floating a backflip and perfect landing. That's where you land on that cliff.
Exactly, perfect 360 out of Ross Tester and into the terrain that he knows so well. Steep, rocky, technical, lofting where no one had gone before, clearing smooth across the rocks. Maybe Joey can be a little bit more nervous now. Great run out of Ross Tester.
Yeah, that's what we were hoping to see. Ross Tester, you know, he's a student of the sport. As you said, a passionate skier. He's out skiing every single day, regardless of conditions. And the French fans loving the run of Ross Tester, and he loves it. Look at the smile on his face, and a huge hug for Joey Leonardo as they share this moment.
So cool. Look at that smile. Really well adjusted. Let's go see it again just from this top section, the way he dances through the rocks, so impressive. Sets himself up perfectly for this 3, gets a grab. A little bit of a wheelie on the way out, but
Stage 1 max, I think, from the judges, flying over that whole section. That was one that was another big question mark, and another grab. Aaron Style absolutely pinned against the end of the bar as Ross Tester finding a way to make the doom drop work there.
Such nice landing skills. You know, we talked to Bertie a lot before the judging today, and on the tour these days, it's not just about throwing tricks. You gotta get the grabs in. It's no longer just, can you do a backflip or a 360, because every man and woman on the tour can. And Ross showing that he can do them both with style. Deserves that smile on his face, and we'll just wait for the score from the judges.
All right, well, not a chatty finish line area for Ross as he's just kind of hanging out there, but he has done his work. Ross just has the full package of skills. You know, his turns are immaculate, his ability to land the most difficult tricks. And Hadley, what about the style? You said those grabs so critical. He seems to do them effortlessly.
He really does, and it sets himself apart. Again, you can't just do a basic trick anymore on the tour. You've got to be able to show your signature trademark on them.
So we're seeing there on the scoreboard the judges comparing runs. So Hadley, what are they doing in the background right now?
So it's not just how well did Ross did, but where does he slot in that order of everyone that's come down and scored well. They've got to look at previous runs, compare Aaron's style, compare the technicality, and compare, you know, Ross had just one wheelie. How does that look to the other runs that were done smoother?
Well, anxious moments for him, but so stoked to see Ross just put it down clean. You know, after finishing in 5th in Bakira, we've seen Ross, he's kind of taken on with the role of just elevating the sport, of combining big mountain.
Sorry, Mom.
Combining big mountain skiing there with that futuristic freestyle. We see him do it all the time, and that was just such a beautiful execution of classic Ross Tester skiing.
Exactly, and I believe the judges now are looking at Ross's score. They're looking at Timo's score. Is Ross going to slide in 2nd or 3rd?
All right, so we're going to take a look back at the run of Timo Rolshoven. The judges looking at a comparison between what Ross did and what we saw Timo do earlier. All right, so Timo out of the gate, going super fast. He had a great start to his run. So far, sitting in 2nd, Hadley. This direct comparison, you know, between these two runs, it's absolutely so exciting. He also launching into that slightly different take on that one, and then Ross took this one from the top step where Timo went lower, but then Timo getting this backflip that Ross didn't have. So these comparisons, they're tricky.
They're super tricky. What's interesting too is Timo went so much earlier in the pack. Again, another bonus air for Timo. And he went early before all these crashes, and so smart riding that he was able to make those adjustments, but really that top section is going to be hard for the judges to compare.
Yeah, the line score definitely on both sides has its elements. Timo finding an extra feature, but Ross going much bigger on that top feature, taking the double as a single, and then down on this lower section. I mean, we wait for the long traverse. Both of them going absolutely huge. And here we see Timo launching the backflip, getting sat down there where Ross with the clicked 360 with the grab and bolts landing. So these comparisons, all of these details are going to matter to the judges.
Exactly, but Timo had this a little bit more full gas double where Ross didn't. He was a little bit smaller and just straight line through the couloir with the smaller air on the side. Not an easy day for the judges, but definitely showing that both Timo and Ross played it super well and showed their skiing.
Yeah, some precision riding there. So Ross all smiles in the finish. The score dropping now. Joey Leonardo there as Ross's score coming in 84.33. And Ross into second. So just behind the score of current leader and the man still in the hot seat, Joey Leonardo. Ross Tester into second. Timo Rolshoven now down to third. So developments continuing here in the latter stages of the ski men's field, but nothing is decided yet as the French crowd have been treated to an incredible performance and a fireworks show from the ski men as they have just been tossing themselves off these Val Thorens. What are we seeing there? Joey. So the Joey fan club, I think I see a molar in there. Oh yeah, the Joey Leonardo fan club, Colorado representing here at the Freeride World Tour in France. Tanner Moeller, they're leading the charge. Joey Leonardo, Ross Tester, Timo Rolshoven, Victor Hale Woods, and Abel Moga is your top 5 so far here. And look at the fall off in scores as we get below the top 5. They're in the 50s. And then just the laundry list of no scores from these riders as I think they're ranked in order there. So Toby Rafford sitting the highest of the crashers so far.
That makes sense. You know, a venue that's testing the bindings of the skis today for sure.
All right, well, we continue on with this electrifying ski men's category, and this man is no stranger to the top of the podium. He was bummed to lose his podium or crash streak in Spain, where he wrapped up the day in 6th, taking the overall Freeride World Tour title last year. Marcus Gogan riding out of Whistler Blackcomb, coming out of that Whistler Freeride Club, a member of the Checkers or Wreckers Club, as Marcus Gogan on course now, pushing out and looking to put down a run here in Val Thorens.
He said his run was looser than usual in Spain, and I'm sure he wants to tighten it up out of start gate 2 and into that section with a huge 3 and washes himself out a bit.
Yeah, a little unexpected error there as Marcus Gogan flying a 360 over the shelf, and he is down. Marcus Gogan going down swinging on top.
And losing a ski, so he will be joining the no score pack. Unfortunately, tough day on this venue. Do you think it's just because it's new?
I don't know. I mean, these riders are truly the best skiers in the world, and they're just getting gobbled up by this venue. Rider after rider, heavy hitter after heavy hitter, going down swinging, top section, bottom section. It's just, again and again, it's proven to be really difficult.
Yeah, you're really only safe on the traverse right now, it seems. Tough day. You know, we don't often see these small mistakes from Marcus. You can see the top air gets a little high-sided off that first 360, reconnects, and then launches.
So long 360 coming down, maybe just a little too flat, even for probably the strongest man on tour. So Marcus Gogan going down. He's just waiting for the ski runner to come and get his gear. The ski runners, the busiest people on this mountain today. Maybe the maybe the bartenders later are going to be busy. There's going to be a lot of consolation beers probably taken down by the ski men's field. So Marcus just waiting to be reconnected with his gear. This venue is just taking no prisoners today on the ski men's side. What do you think is going to be going through the ski women's mind? They're dropping last, and they're for sure watching.
They're definitely watching. You know, it's the end of the day. Most riders are not used to going, 3 o'clock in the afternoon, 4 o'clock in the afternoon. For their ski women, I think it's going to be a bit of a head game for them. They've seen a lot of crashes, a lot of no scores, maybe some binding tightening at the top happening. But I think even for the remaining men, it's hard to watch all your friends go down.
Yeah, so another no score there for Marcus Gogan as he's going to make his way off this mountain and go connect with his friends that are also in the no score club. So many of the top riders today going down with huge moves, just not quite working out. So Marcus, you can hear the French crowd just going absolutely haywire. I mean, they came for a show and they're definitely getting that.
They certainly are. but we love it when they take it to their feet. So heartbreaking day for Marcus. We'll see what just the remaining few riders have to say, what adjustments they're making. And again, as you said, how the ski women are going to react to these conditions.
Yeah, only 4 ski men left, and then the entire ski women category still to come. So don't go anywhere as things are heating up here in Val Thorens. The Val Thorens Pro proving a tricky day for the top free riders in the world as Marcus gets welcomed into the finish area. And a big hug from Joey Leonardo. I mean, this rookie has got to be just starting to really think this might happen today.
I mean, guaranteed what? 5th place for Joey today, which would be the highest of his career so far, and that alone would feel good.
Snowy face there for Marcus Gogan, a 25.
I think that's probably an error.
That's supposed to be a no score, so we'll just chalk that up to we're getting late in the day. Fingers are getting cold. So Marcus Gogan making his way off, and right back up we go to another of the heaviest of the heavy hitters, head and Scott rider Max Hitzig, 2024 Freeride World Tour champion, the German rider. So stoked to be back in the mix. He's sitting in 4th overall. You know he's gunning for that top spot. But Max is nothing if not intelligent rider. Is he going to adjust his run today?
I think so. You know, he was a champion for a reason. He's such a smart, technical skier, and I think he'll know what happened before he had to wait up there, as obviously something happened with Marcus. So picking a new line off that top face. Where is this gentleman going?
Well, there's no easy way out of there. Max going absolutely huge and connecting perfectly with the landing. Hadley, we haven't seen an air that big since Kelly Hillicky, and it didn't work for Kelly. So Max making it look easy.
Really impressive. The landing was so short on that cliff. I was looking at it earlier, and you really had to land exactly where Max did. Really smart, creative, bold riding out of the German.
Well, now he's kind of just resetting, but many a run has been derailed in the section that Max is heading into. So we'll see if he adjusts, if he just goes for it like the other riders did. Max getting himself white room. That just feels good.
Yeah, wiping off the goggles, getting himself set up. A brief moment in the sun. He's definitely taking it a little slower than the rest. I think he's following the tracks of Nicholas Halewoods.
Victor, I think.
Or, sorry, Victor Halewoods into that steep section exactly and enjoying the technical skiing. Sizable air straight to his feet.
So Max Hitzig with a completely different line choice than anyone else. Clean and through the bottom. Pure free ride for Max Hitzig, and showing that he has been studying, going a totally different way, and it works out perfectly. The execution there from top to bottom. Hadley, anything in that run maybe that stands out to you that the judges are going to pick on?
Pick on? Not likely. I think really Max showed why he's been a champion just 2 years ago. That top line, perfectly executed and massive.
Well, he shares a hug with Joey Leonardo as they... So we're going to look back at the replay, Hadley. Max setting up really well up at the top.
So committing. You couldn't make a single error. If he had gone even a little bit shorter, that would have been bad. And I guess the one thing we were missing out of Max was air and style. No big tricks, but...
The line score just pinned to the top of the scale, and the control, you could see it in that landing, Hadley. It looked like he barely left the ground.
Yeah. And I think this venue, maybe we thought it was going to be an air and style freestyle venue, but Max is saying maybe it's a big mountain competition and it's about just the turns and making it down, both skis on.
It is free ride after all, and a lot of the riders that took it to slope style have taken it to tumbles. So Max Hitzig showing there is a pure free ride option on this face. Now that line score, absolutely.
Snow is really good. Really lively.
Here we go, score coming in an 83 for Max Hitzig. So a podium position currently for the former Freeride World Tour champion. And a big high five. What is going through Joey Leonardo's head right now?
I think Joey is pretty happy. Impressive run out of Max. And the judges have spoken. Aaron style definitely still matters here on the Freeride World Tour.
Yeah, and maximizing the venue. There wasn't a single feature that Joey Leonardo left unhit and had tricks on multiples. And you heard Max even say to Joey, your 360 was massive. Now, Joey's face may be paying a bit of the price for that as he's got the ice block. Joey Leonardo, Ross Tester, Max Hitzig. That is your top 3 so far. So Timo moving down to 4th, and Victor Hale-Wood still sitting in the top 5. So this is going to be a very solid result for him. Couple rookies in the top 5 already with only 3 riders to go, but nothing is done till everything is done here. And then just the laundry list of big, big dogs with no score. Back up to the top we go from Freeride World Tour champion to young rookie, another Whistler rider, Lachlan Harvey, only 20 years old. These riders just get younger and younger. And Lach Harvey had a solid dip of his toe into the Freeride World Tour waters in Spain, and now pushing out of the gate to get things going here in Val Thorens for Lachlan Harvey.
As you said, in Spain, he had a clean, stacked with straight airs run, just great skiing, but now I think he'll turn up the volume and show, okay, here's what else I can do, here's some Aaron style.
Yeah, he said he wanted to get some tricks going and really showcase his skill and talent, coming high into this shelf, popping for the double with a redirect into the fall line. Nice, clean approach for Lach Harvey going cross court, and he's clean through that section. So that's gobbled up a number of riders, and Lach Harvey now gathering some speed for this bowling ball that we saw Ross Tester send, and Lach going the exact same route. So nice, strong start. And this rookie, with all of these heavy hitters going down swinging, he's got to have his heart in his throat right now, looking to get through a clean run here on the World Tour.
Exactly. If you know this venue has taken down some of the best skiers in the world, that's a head game for a rookie for sure, and he's got to show that, again, I'm here, I deserve to be here, and I think that top section was so technically done well, and let's see if he can add in that Aaron style down here at the bottom.
Yeah, definitely looking to add some tricks. He's heading towards the doom drop, sending a backflip. Can he hold it? No, unable to hold on. Lachlan Harvey tumbling, and another victim of the doom drop, but his skis are still on. So that is, he's going to be above a whole bunch of riders in the no score. You can see he is disappointed with that, but going for it there with a big backflip off that cliff.
For sure, and he's got to still keep that head on. With so many low scores going, he can make up a good amount of space with this bottom section. You see he weaves around.
Just getting a little bit tangled in those rocks that some earlier riders exposed, and Lach Harvey now putting himself into the double and airing out the bottom. So Lach Harvey, another close but not quite run here in the Val Thorens Pro, as so many riders falling victim to that exact same feature.
You could really see it when Lachlan fell on that 360 and his ski was stuck in the snow, how condensed, how thick that snow is. It's not unforgiving.
Yeah, for sure. We've got the fluffy, sparkly powder sitting on top, but then a denser layer of wind-blown snow underneath. As Lach Harvey comes in, shares a high five with Joey Leonardo. As we look back at the replay, this top section technically done, as Lach Harvey just making short work.
Exactly, really nice top section, played it smart, maybe a little bit too safe, but definitely had his skis on, came out, went massive off of this transfer and into the traverse, and then let's see what happens going with the backflip, which hasn't proven to be successful for pretty much anybody here on the tour.
Yeah, over-rotating again. You know, we heard it from Timo that it sets you way quicker into the flip than you expect, and Lachlan going all the way to the bottom of that transition. So that one proving really tough for the young Canadian rider. So he's going to get a score. At least he kept his skis on, a 39. So into 12th there for Lach Harvey.
2 riders left to go. Let's see how they're adjusting. You know, we've got another rookie coming up, but Joey holding strong.
He's guaranteed to be on the podium. For the rookie, that is going to be a huge finish. And, you know, bouncing back from 14th place. So he, regardless of what happens, Joey Leonardo will be on the podium today, which is a spectacular result for a first-year rider on the Freeride World Tour. Hugo Troubat, the next man in the gate, the Les Arcs rider, he's going to have the French crowd behind him. The French have been behind the French, but I love that they're supporting everybody across the board. So Hugo Troubat riding out of Les Arcs. He had a great start to the season, finishing in 9th in France, only 20 years old. The youth on display here as one of the youngest riders sitting now on top, and he is ready to put it down for the home crowd.
All I remember about his run in Spain is the comfort that was visible with him on the snow. He just looks like the mountains are where he wants to be and deserves to be.
Yeah, he is right where he belongs here on the Freeride World Tour, finishing 3rd overall in the European Challenger Series last year. And Hugo Troubat now into the guts of his run, popping into this double, taking it fall line, turning it into a triple and a quad. Hugo Troubat getting through there full speed as he is crossing over now, getting above this cliff that's seen so much action from these riders, popping with a nice airplane turn, top section done. So that's already a big sigh of relief for Hugo.
Yeah, really cool to see it going into the full tuck. Maybe a little nod to Virgil, who loved to be in the tuck as well, who is well missed here on the tour this year. And the French crowd is loud and going wild. Second to last ski men rider of the day. He's just got to put it to his feet.
He's got to put it to his feet, coming into this section and taking a different approach. This section has worked well, worked for Victor Hellwoods, worked for Max Hitzig, and Hugo Troubat going cross-court, landing high in the transition and getting himself back into control. So this is looking good for Hugo Troubat.
Coming in, making this bottom section high-speed double, holding on so well, managing through those rocky sections, back into the tuck. This guy likes to go fast.
Yeah, he made short work of that venue. The Pointe Troin has been gobbling people up. Hugo giving himself a big powder cloud face shot just before passing through that peak performance arch. And the French crowd greeting him in the finish area. They love it. Oh, we got a French riot on our hands here.
9th place in Spain. This will set him up pretty well for the entire season after this result.
Yeah, I think so. That was a clean run top to bottom with a really aggressive quad air up high, and then the full big mountain billy goat style lower down as we take a look back at the replay to the start of this run, Hudley.
Yeah, look at this really steep 1, 2, 3, 4, and full gas coming out of the bottom of that top section.
Yeah, so Drew Tapke, video judge, not maxing out the Aaron style, but to be expected as we didn't see any tricks there from Hugo. Oh, he really went deep into that landing there. We may have another member of the Joey Leonardo Knee to Face Club, and then taking that right off the point. A couple of big double, well, the quad at the top, the double-double. Joey Leonardo loves it as he's sitting in the hot seat there. So the judges have had their say. Hugo Troubat's score coming in up. 70 points for Hugo Troubat, so into 7th. So as you said, Hadley, with a 9th and a 7th, he's setting himself up well to make the trip to Alaska, which all of these riders are dreaming, and of course the Freeride World Tour Finals in Verbier at the very end of the season.
Exactly, you're playing a short and long game here on the tour. It's all about having a little bit of consistency, but also showing that you're the best. You can see here sliding right after Abel Moga there in 7th place and above Valley Rainier.
The worst Joey Leonardo now can do, the rookie, is 2nd place. So he is fired up. We're going back up to the top. The man in the golden bib, in the words of young and up-and-coming Aussie freeride phenom Harry Rowden, Ben Richards is the GOAT. The kids love him. Everybody loves this guy. He is the last man on the face. He's wearing that World Tour leader's bib, and he was kind of psyched to go last. He was saying, I get to to see everybody and then make a bit of a plan. He had about 6 different plans coming into the day. Now it's time to put it on the line. Ben Richards, the Kiwi phenom, on the face. Last man for Ski Men.
This guy is so smooth, like a warm knife in butter. This rarely falls, and also rarely makes more than 6 turns a venue. So
he pretty much only turns when he needs to change direction. Ben Richards spinning into this double, straight air out, perfectly executed. Ben Richards making clean work of that top section, turning, going fall line, bombing over. So Ben Richards done and dusted. Now he's got a time to rest, relax, recalibrate, and we hope his decisions in the next 10 to 15 seconds reflect what that top looked like.
Yeah, and this man has such a nice 3, and I'm hoping that he knows the backflip's not working and just throws one of his classic signature lofted 360s.
Yeah, it worked well for Joey Leonardo, minus the little punch in the face, absorbing the lip, and perfect for Ben Richards. So no pop at all. He actually pulled his feet up there.
Even got a bit of a hand drag in there, so the Aaron style points will be just docked up and up, but then again showing I'm still a technical skier and I can make it through these cheese graters of a rock section.
Yeah, moving through the rocks, through the double, and Ben Richards with a statement run there right at the end that it can be done on this Pointe Thorens face, and he is now almost, well, he's past the judging line, so he's good. The judges are now going to get to work rating that run against the criteria. What do you think the highlight was for that one, Hadley? I guess we can see on the replay.
We'll see on the replay, but no mistakes from my memory. Really clean, smooth, classic Ben Richards style. So hyped for Joey, says Ben Richards. Just the camaraderie through the roof here at Val Thorens.
Yeah, competitors and compatriots there. So the Kiwi rider getting it done as we look back up to the top of this run with this aggressive start.
Massive committing 360, as if he didn't leave the ground, ready for that huge air at the top, setting himself in to get quite a lot of speed, make that traverse faster. And then look at this hand drag 3. Maybe that was the move. It slowed him down just enough, and perfect landing. So stylish, Derek.
Yeah, 100%. He absorbed that takeoff that the other riders said kick them out, and then going big mountain billy goat with this high speed double out the bottom. Absolutely flawless run there from the man in the leader's bib. Got a first place in Spain. The judges are going to be looking at all of the criteria, rating that against the other runs, but an incredible run there from Ben Richards. They've already spoken. Is it going to be enough to be on top? It is a 92. Ben Richards wins again. Unbelievable. Joey Leonardo, I mean, he is going to be pumped. He sat in that hot seat all day long. And Ben Richards, the last man on the face. Hadley, talk about the headspace you need to be in to do that at the end of the category.
I mean, not only did Ben have a long day with the delays of finding skis, but it's hard to watch your friends go down, hard to know that you won't be one of them too, and Ben just proved why he's wearing that golden bib.
Well, Harry Rowden was right. Ben Richards is the GOAT. He puts himself into first with a 92-point run. Joey Leonardo, rookie on tour, in second place, and Ross Tester back on the podium. Max Hitzig just getting bumped down to fourth, which will back up his last fourth in Spain. So he's going to be sitting high. Timo Rolshoven and Victor Hale Woods. And then we just go down to, well, we've got the skis stayed on crashers, and then the huge list of skis did not stay on crashers of no score from 16 all the way down to 22. So many crashers today. So many riders just going a little bit above what was actually possible on the face.
We have our men's podium here. Ben Richards, 92, first place. Joey Leonardo, his rookie year, with his first podium in second. And Ross Tester, back where he belongs, third place with an 84.33. Beautiful riding out of these gentlemen today.
Yeah, calculated recklessness from the boys there as all three of those guys went all in, but just finding that line, and the line today proved to be a delicate place to figure out. As we look at what this has done to the overall rankings, Ben Richards with a stranglehold on the top spot, Ross Tester sitting in second, and Max Hitzig up to third, Joey Leonardo taking a huge leap up from 14th to 4th, and Toby Rafford still in the top 5, rounding out Wei Chen Ho, Hugo Trubat, Marcus Gogan, and then down at the cut line, Carl Rigner Eriksson now on the bad side, and Finn Powell still holding on to the good side. Victor Hale Woods taking a big jump up as well. As we see a few riders on the downside of the cut, the pressure is going to be on now for the rest of the Freeride World Tour for those riders, Oscar Mandan, Kelly Hilke, and PDP down there in the basement. They're going to need to put something special on. All right, well, ski men is wrapped up, but ski women is queued up at the top of this phase as we have one more category to come. Hold on to your hats. We're coming right back with ski women. Welcome back to the Freeride World Tour by Peak Performance 2026. Ski women on tap next, and we've got rookies and veterans. Lou Berin coming from right here in Val Thorens. We've got Zoe Del Zoppo earning her first podium in her very first start, and the queen on the throne, two-time Freeride World Tour champion, Justine Dufour-Lapointe, looking to back it up. She hasn't been out of that golden bib in a year that she has stood on top. She's been on the podium. She has won an overall title for the second time as we drop into our start list for ski women. Hadley.
Lena Kohler will be first out of the gate, followed by rookie Winter McBride. We've got Justine, the current leader, in 4th place, almost middle of the pack. And then we've got the French riders to finish it off. Zoe, Astrid, and Lou making a splash for their hometown, home country crowd. Be quite the day. This is the category after my own heart, with Molly Armanino finishing the day for the ski women. Long day for these women.
Yeah, you know, we were talking to Jenna Keller earlier in the morning, and she was saying, like, going to be skiing so late in the afternoon, kind of a little bit at ends, trying to figure out what to do with herself all day long. She's like, I guess I'll go skiing for like a bunch of hours and then eventually start the hike. Peak Performance Fun Bet fan favorites, 85% of you feeling that Justine Dufour-Lapointe will land on the podium. Astrid Chelus close behind with 78%, and the rookie Zoe Del Zoppo, French rider. So we got 2 Frenchies and a French Canadian. All Peak Performance Fun Bet fan favorites is your opportunity to get some skin in the game. This is Fantasy Freeride. Make sure you get your bets in time for the next stop as these women about to set off. Hadley, what is the mindset of the women after watching the men just detonate themselves?
You know, women are known for being a little bit smarter than men, so hopefully they've made the correct adjustments. They know that bottom part, you know, I know a lot of women were looking at it, and I think they'll adjust their speed, know which tricks are working, which tricks aren't working, but also they should be a little bit wary. That bottom section of that couloir has gotten pretty chewed up at this point.
Yeah, for sure. The riders that didn't really mess around with a lot of turns in the other categories where the ones to get in and out of there successfully. I think they don't want to spend too much time in there. And I do wonder in that doom drop area if we're going to see some total line adjustments, or if the women are going to bite off a piece of that as well. As we are in the start gate, and we have Lena Kohler riding out of Germany, sitting in 8th overall right now, finished 4th overall in her rookie season, really exploded onto the scene for the Scott rider, doing it for head skis. And out of the gate, we are underway with ski women.
Lena coming out of the gate, wanting to make up for Spain. She didn't look like herself, and here we go. Lena making those turns we know she can do, and massive air to start.
Yeah, big solid send for Lena Kohler. She's such a good skier, making her way above a huge block of rock. We saw a couple riders taking that on earlier. Lena going down to this lower section where it works really well, and a clean reception there. So through the top part of this venue, it's split into 2 sections, Hadley, the top part and the bottom divided by this long traverse. So Lena Kohler now has a bit of time to reset.
Exactly. This reset, it's really key for the athletes. When they're doing their inspection, they're thinking about how their run's going to go. You can't just think about the action. You have to think about, how am I going to make it through the traverse? What am I going to say to myself this whole time? Am I going to visualize the next part? Am I just pumping myself up with positive words of reinforcement? And Lena, you'll see she's making her way across to kind of the dream killer zone. So hopefully skis stay on and she makes the correct speed adjustments from the boys.
Just repeating to yourself, don't go too fast, don't go too fast. Oh, so Lena going smart here, not going for that big, oh no, she's launching into it. Oh, but landing perfectly in the transition, getting onto that foot, controlling speed, and you can see the powder cloud just glowing in the sun. So excellent execution there from Lena Kohler as she's now into this lower section. You can see this has had the most tracks of anywhere, so Lena needs to be very precise here.
Exactly, a lot of tracks, a lot of exposed rocks. And making it down, taking this bottom air huge. Not holding on and losing for sure at least one ski, it looks like. So no score, but we've got some movement.
Yeah, she's up and moving around. Lena Kohler just kind of gathering herself as we had 99% of a brilliant run from the German there, as she was really looking to put something down. And I feel like in terms of making a statement and recovering from a run that she really wasn't happy with, most of that was solid, just getting crushed at the very, very bottom.
Yeah, you can see really now with all those riders going through there, the snow's chewed up. There's a lot of balls of snow everywhere. It's not the easiest place to run at high speed.
And we'll see if Lena's able to get back up and get that ski. Not sure if she's missing a pole a little higher up, but right now just collecting herself. Mentally, what is that like for a rider to go down right at the very end?
Really tough, because look at how nice this top section was. Pure, strong riding, full commitment. Really smart with this air, going a little bit cross court. And here, made the right speed adjustment, launched in.
Yeah, even found a fresh landing, getting onto that left foot to get control, and then Lena dropping into this lower couloir, a ton of speed. You could see the ski bouncing around.
Yeah, and she just got a little bit in the back seat, and that snow is so thick and heavy, you've really got to be on top of the surface.
Hadley, do you think the snow has changed in this section throughout the day?
Absolutely. It's getting more and more condensed, so that 10 centimeters of light and fluffy snow is pretty much gone off this part of the venue, and it's just this really thick condensed snow.
All right, well, ski women continuing the trend of what we saw from ski men, which was a lot of brilliance interspersed with some really unfortunate crashes. So Lena Kohler making her way off the face. She'll come through the arch to a warm reception from the French crowd as we are underway with ski women. Derek Foos and Hadley Hammer bringing you the call. Ski women, wow, Lena Kohler coming so close to what I think the judges would have really, really liked and probably rewarded quite strongly.
Absolutely, she showed solid technique, solid airs, solid landing.
All right, back up we go. Our next rider in the gate, riding out of Ogden, Utah, Winter McBride. part of that powerful Scott team, as Winter all smiles. I love her whole attitude, the way she vibes on skiing. She started out coaching freeride, and that got her into competitive freeride, got into the start gate, and now she is standing on the top of the Pointe de Thorens at the Freeride World Tour. Winter McBride pushing out of the gate for her campaign here in Val Thorens.
Exactly. She showed us in Spain that she has every element to have a winning run, and the only thing she needs to do is turn up the volume. And turned up she has, taking that first air, full confidence, nice and big, making her way through this peppery section.
Oh yeah, had to clear some rocks there, so a little bit of a slowdown. Judges don't dock fluidity if the slowdown is necessary. And Winter with a perfect landing on that section. So now just getting into the powder, you gotta watch a little bit, Hadley, when you're one ski in a track and one ski out. You could see it starting to drag, but Winter handling it, just muscling her way through that.
Muscling her way. The key now is going through this traverse, giving yourself a little bit of air, which just increases your speed into the tuck. We like to see this. This shows that she is full gas and ready to attack the bottom part of this section.
Yeah, and Winter was the standout rider last year in the Challenger Series in North and South America, Region 2, winning 2 events and finishing first overall, earning her spot onto the Freeride World Tour. Crossing over now, Winter getting a couple glorious powder turns, even this late in the day.
Yeah, that's gotta feel good. Taking a new entrance, similar to that we saw Césaire Baron take.
Yeah, a few of the snowboard men opted for this cross-court option, and Winter launching right off the nose, getting the grab, so adding those air and style points. Winter looking really solid so far. Now we just got to get through this final section.
Great skiing out of the Utah rider into this couloir. Look how solid her turns are. The rocky section proving a little challenging, but
she is through and clean, getting another powder turn on that lower apron, and Winter absolutely ecstatic with that, as she is the first of the ski women to come to the bottom with a clean run, skis on. No mistakes there, Hadley.
Not at all. I really think this is a rookie to watch for sure in the women's section. She has a 5th place in Spain. I think she'll do pretty well here, we hope, as well. And I believe she'll only get better and better as the year goes on.
Well, she's going to figure out visual inspection. It's something that she had some anxiety about, whether she was going to be, able to handle it. It's a brand new in Region 2, North and South America. It's on-slope inspection, so the riders get way closer. And try to listen in there. Let's take a look at the replay of Winter's run. Nice, strong start.
Just look at those turns. Fast and fluid, straight off that top air. You can see the judging criteria, liking the control, liking the technique. Second air, which gives her plenty of speed to make it across the traverse. And I love this, air and style, grabbing her ski and stomping it out the bottom.
So a big hug there from Lana Kohler. She's got the no score. Winter score going up a 72. So the judges leaving a bit of room for themselves, as we are very early in this category. And ski women is electric these days with a host of heavy hitters. So Winter headed for the hot seat. She's been working for the Freeride governing body in North and South America, IFSA. So she is just up to her neck in freeride in all aspects of her life. And now sitting on a Freeride World Tour Dina Star hot seat.
That's gotta feel good. She should enjoy that.
Well, we take a look here at the massive expanse of Val Thorens. This valley absolutely enormous. More skiing here than you can get anywhere else. The Trois Vallées, the biggest ski resort in the world.
It is 600 kilometers of skiing up for you to do.
All right, let's go back up to the top. Speaking of big ski resorts, Sybille Blangeon coming out of Verbier. She is an extreme Verbier champion, had the year off last year due to injury, and after Spain, where she finished in 6th, she said it actually felt easy. She wasn't sure how the recovery was, but she said it felt great, and she can really get after it now. So looking forward to seeing the return of a full form Sybille Blangeon.
Exactly. This is a rider that loves to charge fast and confident. We'll see her moving into this far skiers left section of the venue.
Yeah, we saw a bunch of the ski men in here, and Sybille Blanchon taking it on as well. A few tracks, a big air above exposure, popping off with a turn. Sybille Blanchon now navigating her way to this mandatory exit air. Landing clean.
Perfect landing. You know, it's so interesting. Sometimes injuries can be really tough on an athlete, but I find that the year after an injury, you often come back stronger than you ever were before. Sybille showing this just with the way that she 4-point lands these turns. You know, you've essentially spent an extra year training while everyone else was competing and wearing down their body, and Sybille was just building herself up stronger and stronger.
Yeah, she's put in that time in the gym. She's a physiotherapist by trade, so she knows the human body and the mechanics of it extremely well, knows exactly how to train to put herself in the best possible position for success on the Freeride World Tour. Sybille finding a nice little wind feature there up high, so adding to that line score and wrapping around the same section we saw Winter McBride take. Really smart skiing so far by Sybille.
For sure, avoiding that Heartbreak Hotel section and popping off nice with that landing, coming through, enjoying the pattern. Now it's just all about getting through this bottom chewed up section.
So Sybille Blanchon entering the couloir. You can see it is extremely tracked. Ski women, the last category of the day, going out way on the rider's left side and getting into a really rocky area, airing into the couloir, pointing at fall line, and a nice right-footed turn to transition into the flats.
Really nice, strong skiing out of the Swiss rider, 26 years old. Again, first place in Verbier in 2022. She knows what the podium feels like, and she wants to get back there for sure.
Yeah, well, a very strong campaign to get herself onto the podium with that run from Sybille Blanchon. You can tell these women were watching the ski men as the Valais flag. We've got flares going, the French crowd definitely joined by some Swiss fans there as Sybille Blanchon down in the finish, clicking her skis off after a successful run down the Pointe de Torrent.
Let's take a look. Look at this top section. That's such a committing air with so much exposure right before. She gets right on her downhill ski and then launches this bottom cliff and really just 4-point landing.
Yeah, judges' bars looking really high on the line and control, taking a ball line approach to this air, Hadley.
Yeah, a little different than Winter, missing the air and style, not getting the grab, but certainly playing it confident. And this was a spicy exit. You can see she pretty much has to hover over that rock.
Yeah, so right into the couloir. Winter score 72, Sybille's score climbing up 74.33. So Sybille Blanchon taking over the hot seat from the rookie Winter McBride. A little catch up there as they trade spots. So the Swiss fans cheering for Sybille. You can see the sun starting to set. We're getting late in the day here in Val Thorens, but the light on the face is absolutely magnificent. Back up to the top, the queen peak performance rider, Justine Dufour-Lapointe. She's got 2 Freeride World Tour titles. She's got 2 Olympic medals in moguls. She had an absolutely electrifying run in Spain, and now looking to back that up as she is in that leader's bib for, I mean, a full calendar year. Now, Justine Dufour-Lapointe kicking out of the start gate and getting things started for us.
Justine just gets better year after year. Each year on the Freeride, you can tell her technique gets better, her air and style gets better, her confidence gets better, and it shows with all these podiums as she weaves her way through all these rocks. Full commitment to the fall line. Look at her ponytail just flying behind her.
Yeah, it's been one of the highlights of Justine is the speed that she takes things on, and I think, and a huge, oh no, there wasn't enough lip there for Justine, going for the long and low backflip and just not enough up. The airbag deploying there. Looks like she's okay. I think both skis are still on.
Both skis are on. She just lost a pole in her goggles.
Well, Justine catching her tips there on the backflip. Maybe a little bit of a miscalculation on the size of that lip.
Yeah, I think potentially a miscalculation on the size, and now that the snow is slowing down, it's getting more condensed. There's not as much speed as there was this morning.
All right, well, she's got all her gear, and Justine is still going to take a score from this as she's got both skis on still. So she's going to make her way out with her big orange mammoth pillow to protect her the rest of the way down.
If that's not an advertisement for Mammut, I'm not sure what is, but making beautiful turns here in the fresh POW.
So Justine opting for the gully couloir, so she's not going to take any more risk on that run. Got to just make her way through the rocks, but she is going through a section that hasn't seen a lot of traffic, so she's going to get some gorgeous powder turns on the way down.
Yeah, you know, I was talking to Justine this morning, and she said for her, she's fully driven by the curiosity of what she can learn and what she can do better. It's all about being in that learning mindset for her, and for this run, she'll just learn from it. She'll learn more about the speed, more about the takeoffs that she wants.
Yeah, and it's kind of a scary proposition for the rest of the ski women's field, where a woman with 2 World Tour titles is still getting better, like continually improving. So she's, yeah, as you said, she's going to take away from that a lot. Kisses for the crowd, and the spirit will not be daunted there. Justine Dufour-Lapointe coming through the finish. She's okay.
Her spirit never to be dimmed.
Yeah, little come see, come saw on that one. A really strong start going for the backflip. We'll see it in the replay. Just a little short on the rotation. I think she just didn't quite have the elevation as we relook at that, Hadley.
Yeah, really strong start. I love the commitment to the fall line here. Just popping off air after air, not taking the skis. I bet she wanted all that speed for this air. Oh, just
almost no lip.
Yeah. I think maybe if she actually took the lip a little bit lower down, but very few riders had been in there. Nothing had really been set up.
Well, she's still all smiles in the finish. We'll just take that one, put it in the learning bank. So that's going to be a, well, we'll see what the score comes in at, 40 points for Justine Dufour-Lapointe. So the judges definitely rewarding the top section. And then, unfortunately, the wheels coming off the train for Justine Dufour-Lapointe. Back up to the top we go, as Sybille Blangeon sitting on top of the hot seat, Winter McBride and Justine still sitting in third. Early days yet in the ski women's field. The backdrop here, absolutely magnificent. The French Alps behind Val Thorens just glimmering in this late afternoon light as we see Jenna Keller, your runner-up last year overall, the Verbier rider, taking the win at the Extreme Verbier. Her season just built and built and built. And she had a tough start in Spain with a big crash, bit of a release of the ski, and now the Verbier rider is on course here in France.
You know, this is a woman that is a professional ski instructor. She knows how to make a great turn, which is key on this venue.
Yeah, exactly. The technique is going to be coming in clutch as Jenna airing into this closeout couloir and making short work of this top section. Going to ease her way in. There's plenty of tracks in here, and Hadley, it's changing the snow.
The snow is definitely changing. The girls are adjusting to it, making a nice double out of that, coming through towards the bottom section with heat and style. She'll have some good speed for this traverse.
Yeah, full speed attack for Jenna Keller as she's through the first daunting section of the Pointe de Torrent and now making her way across. So we've seen, you know, the different mindsets. Some of the riders feeling a little nervous about what's to come. Other riders kind of reflecting on what they've already done as we just see the size and scope of the terrain here.
Yeah, it's a really intimidating north-facing venue for the riders this year. All brand new as Jenna comes into this blind rollover.
All right, well, we see the lip that the other riders have taken on. Jenna taking a slightly different approach, airing in there, getting a little caught up, but a nice clean transition onto the lower section of the face.
Coming through strong, making her way through this chopped up section. This is where that ski instructor turn is key. It's quite steep in this couloir.
It's steep, it's chopped up, there's been a ton of traffic. So Jenna Keller just adjusting her trajectory now to form the turn shape and get out and clean. So maybe missing a couple features there for Jenna, but she's down with both skis on, which is a lot today.
Yeah, I think, you know, if you start the season losing a ski and crashing, it's hard not to want to just have a nice, safe run for that next one.
Yeah, absolutely. So Jenna Keller crossing through the finish arch to the roars of the Swiss and French crowd. The Swissie's definitely waving those valet crowds. She's going to catch up with her Swiss compatriot there, Sybille Blangeon, who's sitting in the hot seat as the head rider through the finish. We look back on this run from Jenna.
Strong start there with that nice double, good 4-point landing. You can see the strength in her legs. And then coming through here, it looks like she gets a little bit caught up and probably is trying to avoid that huge rock there in the landing. So she'll get docked a little bit, and the fluidity here was a little bit off for sure. I think not as fast as Sybille. You didn't see that full commitment.
Yeah, Sybille airing into the couloir, Jenna taking a turn into it. So we see Sybille's score there. Jenna popping up to a 65.67, so she moves into third for ski women so far for the Swiss rider, as she is digging in her backpack. We're just gonna get her lunch out. Well, it was something that the Swiss fans down there really liked. Whatever she pulled the rabbit out of the hat. As we're back up to the top, the French Alps providing the backdrop for the Val Thorens Pro, stop number 2 on the Freeride World Tour by Peak Performance here in 2026. Argentinian rider Agustina Vietti riding for head, the very first Argentinian woman on the Freeride World Tour ever, with a strong 4th place in her very first tour competition. She's going to be looking to back that up here in this strong rookie class of 2026.
Known for her powerful skiing, big turns, confidence in the air and in tight couloirs. Really excited to see what she does with this venue.
Yeah, Agustina growing up ski racing in Argentina, so the technique on point, going right off the nose of that first drop, and a perfect reception into the landing. Agustina charging right now on this steep upper section.
Going full gas, 1, 2, and she's out into the skier's left part of the section, and she is flying, Derek.
Yeah, you can see the ski racing background just urging for speed there as Agustina now into the traverse. These tracks, Hadley, are they setting up? Is the snow changing?
I can imagine the snow is changing. The tracks are setting up. She's best to stay in the lane that somebody else put in front of her as she prepares for this bottom section.
Yeah, so the bottom section, we've seen it gobble up Lena Kohler, and Agustina is going to be looking right now after a really strong top to get clean through this bottom part as it looms beneath her. Redirection. This is a really wise line choice for Agustina. She takes it cross court like we saw Winter McBride, going big and landing perfectly for the Argentinian rider.
Nice transfer, getting a little bonus afterwards as well, building up that line score, making those more points, and showing how good of a skier she is with these turns, really confident in the steep terrain.
So Agustina, short turns now, pointing it from the top of the couloir and going full throttle out the bottom. So in terms of line score, Hadley, no air, but a really strong commitment to the fall line.
Exactly. You know, talking to the judges, what they want to see the most out of the women is speed. They want them going fast and full committing.
Well, she certainly did that, as Agustina, the fastest run we've seen from the ski women so far, top to bottom in the blink of an eye. And that Argentinian flag there, she's got a little belt poking out the side and on the shoulder of her bib. The country of Argentina absolutely behind this woman.
Such a nice start, really strong, powerful air there. And then again, smart, taking this cross-court air, landing well, and even getting right down on that downhill ski so she can get this extra bonus point.
Yeah, that's showing both adding to the line score and adding to the technique and control. And then from here, just going full fall line, opening the throttle wide. So Agustina, big smile in the finish. The judges now, they have had their say. Sybille with the 74. She goes 77.33, and Agustina is into the hot seat. Argentina on top in for ski women. And the Argentinian freeride community has been building and growing and lifting And Augustina now sitting in the hot seat in ski women with 5 riders to go. So certainly by no means is anything done, but her part is done as she takes a seat in that Dina Star hot seat. The rookies are absolutely flying this year.
They really are, and she's showing why she's on this tour, and again, giving the judges what they want. They want speed, they want fall-line commitment, and she showed it.
All of the above. So Agustina Vietti now into the hot seat as we're heading back up to the top. The action heating up at the end of the day here. Ski women, the final category of the day, and this woman, Zuzana Witek, out of Poland. She has had World Tour wins, coming back from a knee injury. The mindset for return from injury, Hadley, for Zuzana.
It's tough, you know. It makes you stronger, but it's definitely a head game. It's almost like when you come back from injury, the physical comes back much faster than the head. And Zuzana, we saw her, she got an 8th in Spain, had a bit of a tactical error, but here she's showing such good technique with those strong, committed turns, making her way down fast and fluid.
Yeah, and on a brand new line, we haven't seen any of the women take that approach as she pops around the corner. And this big piece, Zuzana lining up the longest part of it, flying over the rocks, backslap, but bounces up, just having to readjust her goggles there, getting the pole straps back together. Luckily, there's a long traverse where she's gonna have time to recollect mentally and physically. It looks like having a tough time with that left pole.
Yeah, this is when the traverse is actually a blessing for Zuzana, but really nice top section. Again, you found the new landings, going for a different line, really smart at the end of the day.
Yeah, going huge there on that horizontal stripe of rock. So Zuzana Witek through the top section, a bit of a backslap, but on a huge air.
Exactly, this woman is not afraid to send it.
Yeah, it's kind of become her trademark on the Freeride World Tour as the fall line now pulls away and she is picking up speed into this section. This one took the men to pieces, so we'll see how Zuzana approaches it. Off the lip, going around, and oh, she's going all the way over into this rocky section, lining up, making sure she's where she wants to be.
Finding a nice fresh landing. Definitely you could see her skis getting stuck in some of those rocks, but she pushed through. And yeah, 2 fresh zones for her to put her skis, have a nice solid finish and into this bottom couloir.
Yeah, let's see the approach that Zuza takes as she moves her way over and above these rocks, wrapping around that section. Nothing but rock below her. She's going to need to release the fall line to get over those rocks. She does, and lands clean for Zuzana Witek. A solid, solid campaign on this Val Thorens face for the Polish shredder.
You know, she grew up having to drive 5 hours to snow, and I think she just shows how much she loves skiing and how committed she is to the sport.
Yeah, and at the end of the run in Spain, she kind of pointed at her knee, you know, a little bit of an indication that we all remember that she's kind of coming back from injury, but hands in the air, and we should see that big trademark Zuza smile there, hand over heart, as we look back on the replay from Zuzana Witek.
Definitely taking the biggest chunk of this air. I think she took off a little bit in the back seat, so her landing, again, backslapped. And then here you'll see making it into this really technical steep section, powering through those rocks that just want to take her skis and finding a nice, fresh, steep landing, finishing her run with this committed ending air and full 4-point lands.
Big smiles there for the Scott rider, waving to all the supporters back in Poland. Well, just an indication of how physical this is. We are, you know, the riders above 3,000 meters, nearly 10,000 feet at the top of this face. So it takes a physical toll, as well as, of course, the emotional and psychological. So Zuzana Witek in the finish. The score of Agustina Vietti, 77.33, 68 points for Zuza as she moves into 4th place with that run. So she... You can see, you know, how does that feel as a rider when the score comes in? It's maybe not quite what you hoped it would be.
It's really, really challenging. You know, you want to stay a good sport on the team, show good sportsmanship, but it's hard when you didn't ski or didn't get rewarded the way that you thought you did.
All right, well, the orange glow of sunset behind us in the French Alps. Augustina Vietti, Sibylle Blangeon, Winter McBride, 1, 2, 3, one veteran sandwiched by a couple of rookies and a couple more extremely exciting ones to come. And this woman, no exception, Scott rider, Zoe Del Zoppo. She is a Freeride Junior World Champion. She is a podium finisher on her only finish on the Freeride World Tour, riding out of La Clusaz. The French crowd is going to go nuts for this young woman as she pushes out of the start gate looking to back up her first round podium.
Absolutely known for fast skiing, really confident in the air. And you know what?
Oh, Zoe just finding every rock on the face so far, but muscling through them.
A little loose on this top section, but committing to the fall line.
Wow.
That had us on our toes for sure. Let's see if she can clean it up on the bottom section. But you know, where the men were losing their skis, she powered right through it.
And going for a 360 landing. I mean, that lip, there's not much to it, so full commitment. Zoe Del Zoppo putting us through the ringer at the top as she held on a couple of times, the definition of muscling through it, as she is now down and coming into this low section of the couloir. We haven't seen any riders. She's got a completely fresh canvas beneath her.
Yeah, I think this is a smart strategy.
Oh, and another rock strike for Zoe Del Zoppo. She is going to need to invest in some P-Tex after this run, as she hit almost every possible rock on the face, but none of them able to take her down.
No, and I imagine what she was thinking. It's the end of the day. A lot of riders have gone through, and I want to find myself a run that no one else has done and ensure the landings are fresh.
Well, she certainly did that. Nobody else going into that section. Zoe Del Zoppo, she's got her skis on at the bottom. You can see a little hand flick there. So definitely a wild ride there as she was striking rocks willy-nilly, but getting through it clean with her skis on. So another solid run here from Zoe Del Zoppo, showing that her spot on the tour is well-deserved.
Exactly, we've got that French crowd committed to the support. It's cold out here and they just love their free riders.
All right, we look back here at the top of the run from Zoe Del Zoppo.
A little bit loose and a little bit rocky, but she really holds on to this whole thing.
Yeah, just slapping rocks all the way down, still getting right off the nose of that air, getting herself back into control, and then going into this extremely rocky zone, taking a, oh wow. I mean, she landed directly on that rock, still able to push through.
Yeah, I'm really curious to see what the judges do with this. The video judge showing a lot of lack of control, which I think was definitely that top section, but you got to give it to her that she powered through it. So the judges will tell us what they think.
Yeah, so they'll be looking there. I mean, there you go. So there's the toll that run took on her physically. All of those rock hits, each one just pulling the leg back, putting stress on the joint. Looking like she's in pain at the bottom. So Zoe Del Zoppo with a roller coaster run down that. Hopefully, physically, she's going to be okay. Yeah, looking like she's in a lot of pain. Zoe Del Zoppo is studying medicine right now, so you know she knows how the body works and doing probably a bit of an internal assessment on her own physical self right now.
Exactly. This is a hard place to be in when you're in pain, waiting a long time for a score.
Augustina Vietti sitting in the hot seat. So chatting there with Zoe as she's holding her knee. Score dropping now. Score to beat 77.33. I don't think Zoe's score going to trouble that. 63.33. So Zoe into sixth currently and really favoring that leg. So really, you know, best wishes for Zoe Del Zoppo that she's going to be coming out of this okay. Augustina Vietti, Sibylle Blangeon, Winter McBride, 1, 2, 3 in ski women, stretching into the afternoon. As we move through the Val Thorens Pro, the ski women were panning back. You see how far it is down to the finish as we go to another extremely exciting French rider, Astrid Chelus, also riding out of La Clusaz. She has multiple wins on the Freeride World Tour, dropping out of start 1.
She won here last year. You know, this is the type of skier where,
Astrid going down right out of the start gate. That's such an aggressive place to start. We saw a few of the snowboard men going. Astrid's okay. She is deep in the powder as she goes down directly out of the start gate. What a heartbreaker for Astrid.
It really is. You know, she can do it all, and I feel like she's one of those skiers where she only needs to beat herself on this tour. She's got the style, she's got the perfect technique, she can rail GS turns, and it's really just a head game for her.
Yeah, backflips and 360s on lock. There's nothing in Freeride that Astrid can't do. Unfortunately, I mean, when you go bold like that, you're putting a lot at risk, especially way high up, as we see Astrid dropping out of the start gate directly into the air.
Yeah, she just was backseat, not able to hang on in this thicker snow, just taking their ski just like it did all the ski men.
Dig in a little bit, Hadley, to the body position on that takeoff.
You know, when you, it's really hard to land well if you don't start well. She opened up, you can see already her tails are the first thing to land. And being in that way, you need so much strength to keep your feet underneath you.
Yeah, and unfortunately there, with a little bit of a backseat position on landing, it all comes apart very quickly. Unforgiving terrain and difficult snow. It's deep, but it's tricky to know the position you want to stand in. As we see riders there, Jenna Keller and her fan club. We got Nick Lundegren, the team manager for Peak Performance, cheering on his squad as Agostina Vietti in the hot seat. And with Astrid down and only 2 riders at the top, we are guaranteed to see the Argentinian rider standing on the podium. So a huge, huge performance already from the Argentinian rookie as Astrid Chelus being reunited with her gear way up high on the face. So with a no score, riders instructed just to ski down, get down safely, and yeah, just get off the face.
Yeah, such a hard way to spend the day. I mean, they spent the whole day waiting. Really heartbreaking to have a finish like that.
So the ski runners have been put to work today as these riders putting it all on the line way up high. It's a big risk to take when you roll the dice like that at the very beginning of a line. But Astrid knew if it all worked out, it was going to pay off. But, you know, you risk it for the biscuit like that, and sometimes it doesn't go your way.
Absolutely. But again, she is a skier that she can win any stop of this tour. She's so, so good.
Yeah, and her history shows it. She's got 3 wins on the Freeride World Tour in only 2 seasons on the tour. So Astrid Chelus, not going to be her day. The French fans will be disappointed, but they do have one more chance for a big finish here as Astrid Chelus, at the very least, she's getting the consolation prize of a gorgeous powder run down the side of the venue here.
Exactly, and look at Derek, look at those turns that she can make. You see the technique in her riding.
She's so talented. We just need to see the pieces come together. And the Freeride World Tour puzzle, Hadley, it's so difficult for these riders. You know the mental side. You've stood in the Freeride World Tour start gate. How much, you know, weight do you put on the mental versus the physical skills?
Honestly, it's 50-50, I think. You really can't have one without the other, and the problem is all the athletes have the physical, and so that mental is what really makes it or breaks it.
Well, we see we've got the safety team, we've got spectators, the ski patrollers, guides, doctors, everybody up top. Only 2 more riders to go, but they are 2 absolutely electrifying athletes. The next rider out of the start gate coming from right here in Val Thorens. We've already got 2 categories won by Val Thorens rider Lou Barin, making a huge splash on the Freeride World Tour with her very first start on the tour. She's from right here. She's got a podium finish already for the Scott rider as Lou Barin out of the gate. She's an Olympian, Hadley, and now she's here on the Freeride World Tour.
Yeah, she's really, you know, freestyle to free ride and has been at the competition circuit for so long. She knows how to compete.
It's Lou Baren's birthday today. So happy birthday to Lou, as she is hoping for a birthday present of a podium finish here on the Freeride World Tour, as Lou making her way down through this really tricky upper section. We saw her throwing a big 360 at the top of the run in Spain. Are we going to see some freestyle from the slopestyle Olympian?
I imagine we will. I think she wanted to make it through that top section, get down to the part that's a little bit better for Freeride, but show that she can ski in the steeps.
Well, she's done that. She made very short work of that top section. A couple of features now bumping through this traverse. You can see it's challenging running at the end of the day. There's more tracks, and as we lose a bit of sun on the face, the tracks start to set up a little, so starting to get a bit more stiff.
Exactly. Most of you are packing up your workday, and these girls really have to start there, so it's a mental game to end your day this late.
All right, well, coming into this section that caused so much trouble for so many of the earlier riders, Lou Baren wisely going out here. It's a little bit rocky, so she's going to have to navigate, taking a couple steps, getting the skis facing the other way, and getting really tangled up in those rocks.
Yeah, sometimes. Oh, got a 360, so that top hesitation was just to set herself up for that 3. We'll see how the judges work with that, because they don't like hesitation, but they do love Erin style and Lou bringing it.
Yeah, a 360 on the face for Lou Baren. That's 2 360s in 2 World Tour runs as she makes her way into this couloir section now, pointing it in the fall line, getting onto that right leg to connect with the flatter section, and she is down and looking good at the bottom, and this home crowd is going to receive her with a thunderous applause as Lou Baren, the Val Thorens rider, on her birthday, coming into the finish.
I think this is a pretty nice way to spend your birthday for sure. All your friends down there cheering for you. Now some pretty impressive riding.
All right, looking back at the top of Lou Baren's run, Hadley setting up this big chunk right off the top.
Yeah, she's showing her commitment in the steep, in the expose, and this is where she got a little slower, but then throwing that 360, finding a nice solid landing, showing that she can do tricks.
Yeah, she had to put in work to get there. And keep in mind, for a slopestyle rider, they're used to doing 3s off jumps, but that was a flat deck cliff takeoff. So Lou Baren proving the freestyle skill, freeride skills, and getting a birthday cake in front of the Freeride World Tour backdrop. Lou Baren, 27th birthday, riding at home. What a huge day for the local French rider. All right, the score coming up, a 65-3-3 for Lou Baren. So a little bit of fluidity issues there, and balanced out with the freestyle. So she moves into 6th. So this is a big moment for Agustina, as now with only 1 rider to go, the worst she can do is a silver medal in her rookie season. Anxious moments for Winter McBride, as we could have 2 rookies on the podium. But the woman at the top is going to have a lot to say about that. Big hugs there from Justine Dufour-Lapointe and Lou Baren as they connect, telling tales of their runs on the face, catching up. Back up we go, sun setting in the backdrop. Here's where we sit. Agustina Vietti, Sybille Blanchon, Winter McBride, 1, 2, 3. With 1 woman to go, Hadley Hammer, Molly Armanino has the capability to put down a winning run any day on any face, and she is above the difficult, daunting start 1 right now.
She is. She's just got cliff and rock below her. This girl goes fast and technical, and if her head's in the right place, you have to be nervous as a competitor.
Stomping that first air, so that's a huge move for Molly Armanino as she takes on the 2nd cliff. Clean reception there, so putting that technique to work for the Tahoe rider.
This is the Molly we love to see, just full fall line commitment, and look at her just attack these airs. In the air, 4-point landing, in the air, 4-point landing, and coming out with speed.
Getting on that downhill ski to connect with the long traverse. So Molly Armanino absolutely flying through that upper section, getting that little bonus air. Wild watching Molly hit that to think that Justine tried to flip it. And the backdrop here, the scale of the terrain, a tiny Molly against a massive backdrop of the French Alps. She's making her way across the traverse, catching her breath. The next section to come is going to determine the outcome of this event. The drama and tension absolutely thick here in Val Thorens as the last rider of the day is on course and looking really strong.
Molly looking great. She's really just got to finish this run cleanly. Coming up to this next rollover section, she's good in the technical, and this is what this offers for sure.
So Molly making sure she's in the right place. Eyes over, a little bit of a pause as this part is just chewed up. Molly with a, oh, and she's going over into this cross court. Huge air. This is what we know from Molly. She lines it up, holds on, no, a big front punch going all the way through the snowpack, and her skis are racing each other now down the couloir. Looks like the left ski taking the win there as Molly Armanino going huge, absolutely enormous. Biggest air of the day for ski women.
Certainly biggest air of the day. Molly's capable of doing it, but I think this late in the day, the snow is just so thick, punchy, and grabby, unfortunately.
Yeah, stopping both of her feet instantly and sending Molly into a front somersault there as she's going to walk down, get that one ski on, and then make her way down. Well, heartbreak as Molly, another rider who is on to such a strong run and going down hard there. Look, it looks like she's okay as she's walking down to get her ski.
She definitely looks like she's moving well. And that top section was one to watch for sure. Just showed her strength. We'll see it on the replay right out of the gates. Just full commitment. You'll see her just moving her way through this top section. It's really like no time at all that it takes her, going full speed.
Yeah, the combination of full speed and then incredible precision, the foot placement for Molly Armanino as she got through that top section, and then here starting the billy goat approach to this huge air and going so deep into the snow.
So deep, it looks like she was just a little bit too forward on the takeoff as she lands ready for that punch front, and it looked really deep there.
Hadley, how can you know as an athlete how you need to set your feet?
You know, it's often you want to match the takeoff and the landing. Those angles ideally are pretty similar.
Oh, Molly straight lining the couloir on one ski and not quite able to hold on. That was bold, but she did stop. Well, now both skis are gone. I think she thought the other ski was there in the snow. Well, that is going to be a no score for Molly Armanino, and you could see in the replay the reaction from the woman in the hot seat as this Argentinian shredder has just won the Val Thorens Pro. She sat in the hot seat, she laid it down, and Argentina is on top. I don't know if it's even hit her yet that she has just taken the win, but here is what happened in the ski women.
First place, Agustina, first Argentinian women on the tour, and first podium for her, followed by the Swiss Sybille Blanchon and Winter McBride, another rookie, a bit of a rookie sandwich, taking that third place finish. And then you'll see the no scores, similar to matching the men. The skis got eaten up today.
Yeah, so the rookies really bringing the thunder here today at the Val Thorens Pro. Stop number 2 on the Freeride World Tour by Peak Performance in 2026, going absolutely haywire. We saw incredible runs, and we saw a lot of crashes. The riders really struggling to find that balance between full send and precise technical riding.
Yeah, it's a tough day, and I think this is what happens with a new venue is the riders are making a lot of adjustments as the day goes on, and some of those adjustments work and some of them don't.
Yeah, exactly. Sunset in the French Alps, as we have used every single minute of this day. The sun going down on the second stop of the Freeride World Tour in 2026. This French resort of Val Thorens, absolutely electric as we see our podium. Augustina Vietti taking the win, Sybille Blangeon in second, and Winter McBride in third. The ladies just giving credit there as Augustina taking a huge victory for herself and for the country of Argentina. As we see what this has done to the overall rankings, Hadley.
It really shakes it up. Augustina now holding the top with a pretty good lead. Justine with that fall now in second. Sybille also jumping up in third. Zoe jumping down to fourth. Winter McBride going over the qualification line. And then right under it, Zuzana, Jenna, and Lena have some work to do. Molly and Astrid as well to get themselves to Alaska.
Yeah, and interesting here having some of these heavy hitters down below the cut line, because any one of them capable of winning on any given day. As we move through the rest of the Freeride World Tour season, we are going to see some heavy, heavy tension. We're going to go down to the finish and catch up with our winner today, Argentinian rider Agustina Vietti, with the first win on the Freeride World Tour for your country. How are you feeling right now?
Oh my God, I can't explain how I'm feeling. I'm so happy and excited, and this is a dream come true, and I never thought I would make it like this far, so I don't know, super happy. Muy contenta.
That's amazing. What was your tactic going into today, especially running so late?
I was just stick to the line, and I had a great coach that helped me a lot, like finding the whole line, and thankfully I didn't get lost. And the snow was amazing, so I wasn't scared to go a little bit bigger, and that was the trick.
A huge congratulations to Agustina Vietti winning the Val Thorens Pro. A huge victory for Ago as she stands on top of the podium. Incredible scenes here in Val Thorens as we wrap up a massive day of freeride in the French Alps, a brand new venue providing the backdrop for the absolute fireworks as we are going to be... Where was the countdown? Well, an absolutely electric day of freeride here at the Val Thorens Pro 2026. We saw everything. Hadley Hammer, what's your final take on the day?
You know, I think the lesson here is that the mountains are in charge and we're just here to play along. This venue proved to be a challenge and some of the riders really stepped up.
We're going to take a look back at the ski women's winner, Agustina Vietti, the rookie, laying down a commanding performance here on the Pointe de Terrain. Right from the start, she just looked like she was charging.
This is that perfect technical background that she has. Look at these turns, and then the way that she takes these airs with full confidence, stomping and preparing herself on that downhill ski to just continue to get into the air.
Yeah, she said the snow conditions gave her the confidence to go full throttle, taking that double. At no point on that whole upper section did Agustina take her foot off the gas at all. Where does that confidence come from for a rookie?
I think it comes from remembering that you did so much skiing to earn yourself your spot on the Freeride World Tour, and it's remembering that it's not just the week before the tour that matters, but taking the cumulative experience of your life and going with that. And Augustina ran with it, and the judges all said, we want to see you girls ski fast and powerfully, and that's what she did.
Yeah, every single part of that run, she was just going so fast. And I love that take, listening to the judges' feedback, right? When they say they have things that they're looking for specifically, she took this one on, Hadley, cross court. The way she connected with the landing, so perfect.
Really perfect. This is smart scouting, and I think getting the second bonus showed that she was in control the whole time, could handle the speed of the takeout.
Yeah, and the line score addition there on those pieces, and then right here, just letting the skis go into the fall line, straight lining this whole couloir. That's a huge backing of yourself to take all that speed at the end of the run that we saw other people go down on.
Exactly. At that point, your legs are burning, and the adrenaline is definitely high, and so she was showing that she was in full control of all of it.
Yeah, full control, top to bottom for Agustina Vietti. She took command of this run, taking, as you said, all the cumulative freeride experience that she's got and putting the freeride community of Argentina on her shoulders. And you know they're going to lift her on their shoulders now because Argentina just took the win. All right, well, now it's your opportunity to have your say. The Rider of the Day vote is open. Go to freerideworldtour.com. You can scan the QR code on your screen. All categories, all riders are in play. Who did you love today? Who's your Rider of the Day, Hadley?
Ooh, I can't say my favorites on screen, but you can ask me in private.
All right, we will Rider of the Day. Log on to freerideworldtour.com and vote. Well, we are done here in Val Thorens, but the season is nowhere near done. And coming up next, we have a brand new event, the 5th Freeride World Championships in Ordino, Arcalís, Andorra. It's coming up. Check it out. You don't want to miss this.
My goal since I started freeriding was to become world champion.
The first ever FIS Freeride World Championships is coming to Ordino, Arcalís, Andorra in February 2026.
There's more on the line. Anything can happen.
As a rider, you feel the magnitude of that and just want to add to the legacy.
The world's best freeriders will compete for the prestigious title of Freeride World Champion in a one-run format where everything is at stake. With riders competing for their countries in 4 thrilling competitions: ski men, ski women, snowboard men and snowboard women. This marks a groundbreaking chapter in freeride history. This is where legends will rise. This is the FIS Freeride World Championships.
The FIS Freeride World Championships, definitely not one to miss, and certainly an exciting way to have the middle of the season.
Oh, yeah. We are wrapping up here with the 2026 Val Thorens Pro. On behalf of Hadley Hammer, myself, Derek Foos, and the entire Freeride World Tour family, thank you for joining us. We can't wait to see you in Andorra. Stay tuned. We'll see you soon. Welcome, welcome, welcome to the Georgia Pro. We are fired up. This place is absolutely glorious. The Caucasus Mountains providing the absolutely stunning backdrop to the Freeride World Tour.
All right, this is fun.
Come on. Huge Cork 7 off that launcher. The snow is stacking up in the Caucasus. We cannot wait. The Georgia Pro.
Wow, it's amazing.
Going huge. Absolutely massive.
It's wild, it's big, it's raw, mountains everywhere, the snow looks amazing.
Huge!
Oh, yes! Georgia is providing.